piece there and say something, so I don't know whether recording for me is a good idea.
So you should have a recording notification come up on track 2.
Yeah, that won't stop me swearing.
Just crazy. Joe, we might just give it till about 1 minute past, if that's okay. Just waiting on a couple more attendees, and if they don't drop in, I'll lead you in, and we can kick off. As Neil said, we've got it recording anyway, so anyone that misses the start can catch up.
How many people have we got, Kevin?
At the moment, there's
4.
There's about 5 of us, but I'd say it'll ramp up over the next 10-15 minutes. All right, Joe, are you good to kick off if we start it now?
Yeah, I think so. And you guys can see me there, yeah?
Yeah. If there's any technical problems, Joe, I'll jump in and I'll let you know. Okay.
Okay.
Cool. Okay, so let's kick off. We have the recording started as well, which is great. Okay, so good morning, everyone. My name is Kevin Green, and welcome to this year's Global Azure Virtual Bootcamp for the UK and Ireland. Our first presenter this morning is the well-esteemed Joe Gill. So Joe is going to present an awesome session on the Power Platform, and I'll lead over to Joe to give himself a bit more of an intro, and he's a fellow Irish MVP like myself, so really looking forward to hearing what he has to say. Any questions? There's myself and Gregor. Please post them in the chat window, and Gregor and myself will moderate them, and we'll ask when Joe has a gap in the session. Okay, let's get ready to rock. Thanks, Joe.
No problem. Yeah, thanks for that lovely introduction, Kevin. Just a little bit about myself. That's me there, Joe Gill, solution architect. Basically, I help organizations build applications on the Power Platform, and I've been using Dynamics CRM since version 4. I've been an MVP since 2016, and I also run the Dublin Power Platform user group. My contact details are below. I haven't gone for a custom background, as you've probably seen here. I'm actually in a room that we're currently redecorating, so that explains the dust sheets on the piano behind me. So, okay, and as Kevin said, I'll stop every couple of minutes. If you've got any questions, put them in the chat, and the guys will moderate, and they'll interrupt me after and put your question towards me. But feel free to ask any questions. Okay. All right, what are we looking at? We're looking at the Microsoft Power Platform. So what is it? It's basically a low-code platform that allows people to build apps, automate business processes, do BI stuff, analyze data, and also build chatbots. And it's a family of products that are low-code, no-code, that allow people to easily build these types of applications. Okay. I'm kind of assuming the audience here is a lot of techies, and I suspect some people might dismiss it out of hand, but I would encourage people to have a look at it, because it's built on top of Azure, and although it's got tremendous capabilities itself, it can actually be extended as well and hook into things like, you know, Azure Functions, Cosmos, all sorts of stuff. Okay. As I said, it's a family of products. So Power BI is probably the one that's most well known, and that's your analytics business intelligence platform, cloud-based platform. Powerapps, which is a low-code application development, allowing basically anybody with relatively, without any serious technical skills to build web and mobile applications. Power Automate is a cloud-based workflow engine that allows you to connect apps and services to basically for integration and to automate repetitive tasks. And the newest member of the family is Power Virtual Agents, which basically uses a GUI to allow anybody to create and deploy a chatbot. Okay. This slide's a little bit tongue-in-cheek. It's a slide from Microsoft about be a superhero and citizen developer. I mean, as everybody knows, there's a huge shortage of skilled professionals in the IT industry, and Power Platform does kind of help with that, because it does allow people to get stuff done without having huge technical skills. As I said, look, it's a little bit tongue-in-cheek. Okay. Right. Okay. Some of the benefits of using the Power Platform, like I say, is that it's built on top of Azure, and what Microsoft have done, they've built things called connectors, which effectively are wrappers on APIs. So at the moment they've got 300, I think it's well over 300 connectors, which allow people to easily connect to a whole range of databases, services, all sorts of stuff, GitHub, SharePoint, the list is endlessly, okay? And basically what it does is that people don't need to know the ins and outs of calling an API. The connector abstracts all that from the person building an app or a flow within the Power Platform. Okay. You can also build your own custom connectors. Okay. And what you're able to do as well is it is connect to multiple data sources in a single application. Okay. All right. Any questions there, guys, before I kind of give a rundown on Powerapps?
No, we're all good. All good. You're explaining clearly and concisely so much that that no one has any questions, Joe.
Oh yeah. I love sarcasm. That's 900. Thanks, Kevin.
No. We've no questions, and we've got a number of attendees on. All right, so keep doing your magic.
All right, fair enough. Okay. All right. So basically, what you got is what Powerapps are basically a way of empowering anybody to be able to create an app for a mobile device or for the web. Okay. There's actually three different types of Powerapps. There's Canvas apps, model-driven apps, and then there's also the Powerapp Portal. Okay. Right. So basically, let me jump on to the next slide. Sorry. Yeah. So Canvas apps are used to build typically task-based applications for phones or tablets. So effectively, you start off with a canvas, you drag components on it, and then behind those components, you add expressions to allow it to carry out some functionality. Okay. Microsoft described them as pixel perfect, which basically means they're fixed format. So when you create a Canvas app, you decide at the beginning whether you want a phone layout or a tablet layout. Okay. Like I said, they're good for things like a task-based application, like, an inspection, and especially where you want to utilize some of the capabilities of your mobile device, like a camera or GPS. So if somebody wanted to go out and you wanted to create an inspection app, or somebody could go out and take photographs and upload them to SharePoint and update a database, they would be ideal for that. Okay. As you can see from the slide, some of the downsides are fixed layout, although that's supposed to be changing. It says how to use components here, but they are starting to introduce components now, and there's no data platform. So basically, if you create a Canvas app, you then use one of the connectors, which I spoke about earlier, and use a connector to connect to a service to basically update or retrieve data. Model-driven apps, okay. So basically, these allow you to quickly build applications, but these are typically end-to-end full line of business applications. And what you do is you use forms, views, and dashboards to basically put together a UI. And these are fully responsive. And an important subtlety here is that model-driven apps are basically built off the entity model within CDS. And I'll explain a little bit more about what CDS is in a moment. Okay. So model-driven apps. So I don't know if any of you guys have ever seen Dynamics 365, or as it was previously known, Dynamics CRM. Model-driven apps have come from the Dynamics. So basically, it's the engine behind Dynamics 365. They've pulled it out and they've repurposed it for general application development. The third type of app, Powerapp, is a Powerapp Portal. So what that does is allows you to easily create a web portal to view and update data within CDS. Okay, so you can quickly create a website, customize it, and all the customization is done from within CDS, and it supports authenticated or unauthenticated access. Okay. All right, just before I go into and do some demos, just to give you a little bit of background, is that within the Power Platform, what you have this concept of an environment. So an environment is a container for a CDS database, but it also stores your app definitions, your flows, your data gateways. A data gateway is a piece of software you can install on a PC, which allows it to connect on-prem data sources to, the Power Platform. Okay, so you can create an application which connects from the cloud, comes to a data gateway, and connects to an on-premise data. Right. So all of this is configured and maintained within an environment. Okay, and a crucial part of this is the CDS database. So all of this, like I say, is built on Azure, and all of this inherited from the Dynamics 365 platform. So at the back end, you actually have SQL Azure, and the front of that, you've basically got REST services and a whole pile of stuff. Okay, the CDS includes stuff like auditing, security, and a whole pile of. It's a bit more than just a database, if you like. Right, guys. Any questions there before I'm going to jump in and do some demos?
No, all good. Thanks, Joe.
Okay, grand. Okay, I just need to switch now. Share. Sorry, I just need to share. Okay. Everybody see Chrome there? Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm just going to do a demonstration of building some apps, Powerapps. So I'm going to go to let's log in. So this is what Microsoft call the maker experience, okay? And up here you can see, if I click on environment, you see I've got a list of environments. I'm in the PP demo environment, okay? So from here, I can go to apps, and if I've got some sample apps in there already. If I want to create a new app, if I want to create a Canvas app, I'm going to click on Canvas. Okay. So within the Canvas app, all right, I could start with just like a blank screen. So if you can see down the left-hand side here, I can start with a blank app and decide if I want a phone or tablet layout. I could actually, they've got some templates which give you a jump start. So there's a number of, if I look at some of these templates, there's things like a site inspection. So if you wanted to use one of those just to give you an idea how an app, that's a good option as well. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a Canvas app, And what I'm going to do, the third option for create a Canvas app is actually I can connect it to a data service. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to connect to the common data service. Okay, so within this environment, I've got a CDS data store, and within there you've got tables or as they're commonly known entities. So I'm going to click on accounts. Couldn't see my connect button. Okay, so what's going to happen in the background now is it's basically going to connect to the accounts entity in the CDS data store. It's now going to create a simple app with 3 screens. Okay, let's get this. All right, so if I look down the left-hand side, I've got an application with a browse screen, a detail screen, and an edit screen. Okay. And if I can run this, see what it's going to do. So what it's done is give me a list of accounts. Here's a view screen. I can click in this. Okay. Okay, so basically I think within probably 2 or 3 minutes there, I was able to create an application which allows me to browse a table and update some records in that table. Okay. Just to give you an idea how it all works, firstly, let me just save this. I'll take a bit of practice. I'll give it an app and I'll call it this. Give it a color. A nice color. Say that. So I can now take that app and I could actually share it with other people in the organization. Go back. Right. Now let's just take a little bit of a walkthrough here just so we understand how some of this stuff works. So what I've got screens, and then see I've got 3 screens. Within the screens, so if I look at the top of these, I've got these components, different types. So this is text. Okay, this is an icon. And you can see over on the right hand side, we've got what's called the properties. Okay, so I've got a text box, I've got a few icons that do different things. And if I look at this, this is the sorting icon. If I look at this one, the refresh icon, you can see over here, you've got properties. So if you wanted to change the color, you could simply change the color. If you wanted to change the size, you can do it all from here. What can be confusing for traditional technical guys is the properties actually, although they control the properties like the layout, etc., they also control what happens, the events and what that component does. So if I go to advanced, okay, and you can see on here, there's something called onSelect, and what it does a refresh, okay? So when you click, the onSelect basically means when this component is clicked. So when you click this component, it does a refresh of the account data store. Okay, and you can also see up here, you can go to the different properties from up here and see the values behind it. Okay, so the onSelect. So this is known as expressions. Okay, and if I look at the gallery, which is the main one, and if I look at the items property, you can see here it's got like a sort by column. It's telling it which account which data source is connected to the search box, the search fields, and then the sorting as well. Okay, so these are known as what's expressions. Okay, so they're macro like expressions for controlling what your application does. All right, some of the other stuff. It's a quick thing. So some of the other components you could use. So under here, input. So you could do things like, here's all your different types of input controls you can add. Icons, customs, media. So if you wanted to take a photograph, there's barcode scanners. If you wanted to grab a signature, you can do that as well. So you can build all that stuff within your apps. Okay. We got any questions there, guys? Or?
No, all good to go.
Okay. All right. Let's close that down. So it's a canvas-driven app. Okay. And then what I'm going to do is just do a demo of a model-driven app. And just before that, I'll just do a quick look here. So I'll just jump into entities here down the left-hand side in the maker experience. So each CDS environment comes with out-of-the-box entities. These are all the out-of-the-box entities, which a lot of business applications might require. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to build a model-driven app based on these these out-of-the-box. So I go to model-driven app. I'll just call it, give it a name. Okay, I'm going to configure a sitemap. So I'm going to do this pretty quickly here. So what I'm doing is I'm basically creating a sitemap. I'm going to select some entities. I'm going to put them in a sitemap. Account. Sub area. I'm going to do another sub area. I'm going to call it contact. So basically I'm added. Those contacts. So what I'm doing here is basically, then I'm going to add a dashboard. Publish this. Okay, so basically there within I guess 2 minutes I was able to take the out-of-the-box entities. They're already populated with some sample data. Put them to build an app, create a sitemap which allows me to navigate these. Okay. Over accounts. I can look at the dashboard. Okay, so these are what's called a view, which is like a list of records. I can click through and I can look into the account. Okay, and if I look at this, and if I wanted to change it, for example, I wasn't happy, I wanted to remove the ticker symbol, I could come back here. I should be able to go to the forms, and then what I should be able to do is go to the form here, simply open it up. And then if I wanted to move any of these around, I've gone into the wrong form. I can simply move all of those, save it, and then republish it. Okay. Okay. All right. So that's a quick demo of model-driven app. Before that, there was a canvas-based app. Any questions or?
None so far, Joe.
You sure we got somebody here, Kevin, or is it just me talking to myself?
No, we definitely got some attendees, and
All right, okay.
You're talking to the recording as well. So, but no.
I thought my mum would have asked that question by now. All right, okay. Power Automate. Let's have a look at Power Automate. So what's Power Automate? So cloud-based platform for automating tasks. You can use it for integrating systems and then and obviously automating repetitive tasks. So it's all a GUI using the same maker experience. It's really easy to use, and it's got like and you can use like the hundreds of connectors that I spoke about previously. So what makes up a flow? Effectively, you have a trigger, something that kicks off the event. You then have actions. So in the example here, there's an action which is sending an email. And then you can also have conditional logic within a flow.
Joe, can I just
Yeah.
jump in for 1 second, please, buddy? Would you possibly be able to zoom in? A few of the attendees can't see the text. It's a little bit small.
Actually, am I sharing the right one? Hang on.
There's nothing shared now, but I'll tell you what we see now. Okay, so we can see a deck. What makes up a flow?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay. When I go back to Chrome, I'll increase it. Okay.
Good man. Thanks.
Yeah. No problem. Yeah. I made it small so they couldn't see my mistakes. You see, so that's
good trick.
Yeah. Okay. So basically, you have a trigger, so something that kicks off the flow or workflow, then the actions that the flow does, and then you can also have conditional logic. Okay, there's a few different types of triggers you can have for a flow. You can have like a dedicated flow button. So actually there's a flow mobile app. So actually you can have on your flow app on a tablet or a phone, you can click a button and actually have some basic inputs as well, and that can trigger it. It can trigger it from other apps. So if something happens in, say, for example, SharePoint or Dropbox or Twitter, if a tweet came in with a specific hashtag, you could trigger off a workflow, and you could also have them to run on a schedule. Okay. Okay. The action, so basically you can have any number of actions in the trigger, and then you can connect to any of your cloud services using the connectors, and you can also use the data gateway that you connect to on-premise stuff. And then if you wanted, you could use a HTTP request and do a call if it wasn't available in out-of-the-box connectors. Okay. Okay. This is quite interesting, actually. This is only released a couple of weeks ago. It's something called UI Flows, and this is actually support for robotic process automation. So if you've got an older legacy system, what you can do is actually you can record the steps to carry out a task on an application, and then you can create a flow which will basically run that process. There's Blue Prism is the big product in the RPA environment, if anybody's heard of that one. So I'll do a quick demo of that as well. Okay. All right. Any questions so far?
No more.
No more. Okay, grand. Okay. You can see Chrome now, yeah?
Yeah, just need to zoom in a bit there, Joe.
Okay.
Maybe just a tiny bit more if it doesn't hinder you you doing the demo. A little bit more would be great. Yeah, that's cool.
Want to get a Specsavers, Kevin, I think. Yeah.
I'm asking the questions. That looks good. Looks good.
Okay, so let's go down to flows now. So again, we're in the, like I said, we're in the PP demo environment. All right. I've got one already, but what I do is I'll create a new one. So what I do, I'm going to create a new flow, and then basically I'm going to create an automated flow, which this means it's triggered by some event. Okay. So for example, I can create a flow, which is when a file is created in SharePoint, I call it. So I can say which site. So here, this is the use of connector. So this is using the SharePoint connector. I can select a flow contact. All right. So, okay, so this is the trigger for my flow. So when a file gets created on this site in this folder, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to create an action. And what I'm going to do is something that comes with Power Automate is an approvals engine. So what I can do is I can make use of this, start and wait for an approval. I'm going to select first to respond. I'm going to say, and again, this is interesting. So what I've got here is where I've gone into the title to fill in the title for this approval. Over on here is I get the dynamic content. So actually I can pick up the properties of the previous trigger or action. So if I click file name, I call it test. I'm going to do a new step. Okay, now what I'm going to do, I'm going to add a condition. So I'm going to go to control. I'm going to add a condition. So basically I'm going to check. So again, this is the dynamic content. So I'm going to pick up the outcome from the previous action. And then I'm going to check if it's approved. I know I'm going pretty quick here, but really it's just to give you an idea how it could all work. And then if it says no, what I could do is go back to SharePoint. So that's the connector, SharePoint. Now I'm going to pick my action. So I could delete a file. And again, what I'm going to do is I'm now going to pick the identifier. And again, I'm going to pick it from the okay, yes. So what I can do, I can scroll down and I can pick up from my very first action the file identifier. Okay. So now what I've got is I've got a flow, which is trigger here. Got to say contents. I need to go to the contact folder. You can see all of this, Kevin? Yeah.
Maybe if you can zoom, I
Yeah.
Just a tad. Yeah.
Okay. So what I've done, I've updated, I've added a file to that folder. And then what should happen is when I go back to this flow, it is a bit perplexing sometimes, Flow. It does seem to ask you multiple times to save your flows. So here's my flow. Okay, and it's currently running. Okay, and the reason it's running is because, and if I open it up, so basically, the file was created, that triggered the event, and now what's happened, it sent off an approval. So there's an email on its way to me, and also it'll come up on my Flow app asking me to approve this. So when I approve this, so this is waiting for this, when I approve it, it'll come back, and if I don't approve it, that file will be deleted from the folder. Okay, so I'll give that a minute for it to come through. And then what I will show you also, okay, another one, if you're interested in doing integration, and I'm assuming most of you guys are Azure guys, so what you can do is you could actually create a flow, which is triggered with a HTTP RED. Okay, so what I can do, I can get a flow. Effectively, I can build my own API just using a Power Automate flow. So I can use a sample payload. So if I do something like now what I can do is I can use a common data service. I can create an action for this one. I can select the environment, which one I want to create. I'll select the PP demo. I'll select the entity I want to create. Thanks, there we go. And the second it'll expand. And now what it's doing again, what it's done here, look, it's taken the dynamic content. So that sample JSON I created for this HTML request, it's taken that, I can pull that in. I can do first name. Okay. So now if I look, I've saved this, and if I look back here, it's basically created a URL with a SAS token, which I can use. And I could go to something like API tester, URL. Just in case I did a test previously. I do need to add a request header. Okay. All right. So just to summarize what I did there, I created a Power Automate flow, which gets triggered by the HTTP request. I gave it some sample JSON with just first name and last name. That was the trigger. And then what happened then is a call in action on the CDS connector to create a contact record with using the last name and first name that was passed in as part of the JSON. And then I then use this API tester, paste it across the URL I created and some sample data. And then hopefully, if I look at the flow back here, oh, let me test it again. Okay, I've missed something. I won't delay, but I guess the idea is for a technical audience just to appreciate how easy it is. So you could use something like this, and then it can connect to Oracle, whatever you want, and use the data to connect to on data. So effectively, you can quite easily use Power Automate flows as a basic connectivity channel between your cloud applications and your on-premise. Let's just see if that email came in. Okay. Right. Any questions, Kevin? Sorry, the last demo went a bit astray, but for the purposes of time, I'm going to crack on.
No questions, and the demo gods can't be good to us always, eh? Not a problem. No, even for someone like myself, I don't have much hands-on with this. It's awesome. So keep doing what you're doing, Joe.
Let's go back to the slides. Okay, so the Power. All right. So the next one, Power Virtual Agents. So like I say, this is the newest member of the family. So the whole idea is that to making chatbots easy to use and stuff like that. So I have a slide somewhere which I think Gartner did some study and they reckon that in 2020 that most people will be having more conversations with chatbots than with their partners. So that's yeah, probably a reflection on the people who work with Gartner than chatbots. But anyway, okay, right. Let me see. Okay, so what they've done, again, this is all built on top of the bot framework in Azure. So what Microsoft done with the Power Platform is built a nice graphical interface that allows you to easy to create a bot and conversational dialogues. It's also got support for analytics, and then it can be deployed to multiple different channels. Okay. The crucial part within PVA, Power Virtual Agents, is something called topics. So they would be known probably as dialogues in other engines. So they are basically your conversational workflows. They've got like set of trigger phrases, which uses AI to figure out what's going to trigger which topic. There's two different types of topics. The system topics, which are the out of the box one, and which can't be deleted, and the trigger phrases can't be changed, and they're used by analytics to effectively start and end topics. Okay, you've then got your own user topics. So they are basically your own conversation, your own dialogues that you create and you want your bot. Okay, I need to add to this slide. So one of the good things about Power Virtual Agents as well is it's got capabilities that it actually call Power Automate Flow to access data in other platforms. So a bit like that second flow example I did on a HTTP request, you can use that type of flow to be called from a chatbot to return data to the user. Okay. All right. Just going to jump to just going to go to the Power Virtual Agent sites, which is powerva.microsoft.com. And it's quite easy. If you want to try this out, it's easy to sign up for a trial. Okay. All right, so again, from up here, I can go to, okay. Yeah, let me look at this one. So this is, sorry, okay. That look okay, Kevin?
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, okay. All right, so okay. All right, so I'm in a Power Virtual Agents portal. So this is like the design tablet for it. Okay. All right, so you've got some things to help you jumpstart here. You also got like a testing panel here. So I'm just going to hide that for a second, just to give it a bit more real estate. And then I'm going to jump to topics first. Okay. So if you look here, you got things like the system topics. So if I look at one of those. Okay. So here we've got the trigger phrases. Okay. So if this dialogue or conversation is to start one of these trigger phrases, or based on AI, a version of it will also trigger it. And if I go to the authoring canvas, okay. All right. So again, you got a similar kind of graphical designer to Flow. You've got like your trigger phrases, and then what you've got here is these are what's called what are they called? Shoot. Oh, nodes, actually. Yeah, these are called nodes. So here's a message node, and you can have different types of nodes. Okay. Let me just jump back to topics, and I look at a user topic. So I'm going to go to one called pet food. So here's one I created this earlier. Okay, so I've got trigger food, cat food, if I could spell it properly. Cat food, pet food, dog food. If I go to the authoring canvas. Okay, so here's the trigger phrases. Here's a node, which is giving a message. I can help you with cat food. Now I've got a node. This is a question. So it's asking the user what type of pet they have. They can select it or they can type it. And then you've also got things like conditions. So then based on what the user selects, that gets saved into a variable, pet type, and then you can use a conditional check to check and decide what you want to do. Let me just test this bot. So you can see it on the bottom if I put in dog food. Okay. All right. So you can see what it's done. It's effectively triggered the pet food topic. And then you can see the screen. It's highlighted. It's effectively kind of debugged and gone through and shown where the conversation has gone. Did this answer your question? If I say yes, now it will bring up the system one, the end of conversation. Okay, so now it's gone into the end of conversation one, which allows me to okay. All right, so that's my bot. Now the next thing I want to do is I might want to publish my bot. So publish basically means okay. All right, so now I've published, so basically it's available for use, and then I have to configure excuse me, which channel do I want this bot to appear on. So I go to channels. Here's a list of all the channels I could deploy it to. What I'm going to do is I'm going to select a custom website. Sorry, that's that one. So if you had your own website, you could just take the snippet of HTML, cut and paste that into your website and use it from there. It also creates a demo website. Apologies, I'm rushing here because we're getting a little bit tight for time. So what I can do is I can take this URL and put it up here. And here's my is this the okay. So here's my chat bot. I could say okay, I've also got another topic which I'll show you. Topic called order. It's asking me to do an order query. And what's this doing? Sorry, this topic is doing is it's got a node which says enter the order number. It saves that in a variable. And what it's doing then, it's passing that variable to a Power Automate flow, going off the CDS, getting the details from the database effectively, and then returning that to the user. And I will show you that example. Go back to topics. Okay, so I've got a topic called order query, which is the one I just ran. I go to the altering canvas. So here's the trigger phrases, find my order query. Here's the question. So it's asking to enter the order. And then you can see then it does what's called an action node. So this action node calls Power Automate. Okay. And that's, if you look at the flow details, you can see this flow ran. And then basically, so this flow takes a HTTP request, goes off, gets the details from CDS, and then returns that in the chat window. Right. Any questions on that, Kevin? How are we doing?
No, we're all good, all good.
Are you nodding off there, Kevin, or something? No, what's going on?
I keep forgetting to unmute, Joe.
So that was Power Virtual Agents. All right. I'm just going to whistle. I've got a few slides on Power BI, but I think it's probably fair to say that of all the Power Platform, I have a family of products in the Power Platform. I think Power BI is the one that's probably most well known. So basically, it's got a tool called Power BI Desktop you download, and from there you can develop, you can pull in your data, create dashboards and reports, and then publish them up onto the Power BI website, and then share those with other people. Okay, You can also embed your Power BI reports, and you can embed those within existing apps like, a model-driven app, Dynamics 365, Teams. Okay. All right. That's probably the end of my slides now, Kevin. I'm conscious that we've probably got just 10 minutes left. So I want to give enough time if there's any questions, and probably to try and give a smooth handover as well to yeah. So just like to thank everybody or anybody who attended, and I hope you enjoyed it. I apologize for the background. We're currently redecorating this room, so we're keeping it real, as I say. So if you have any questions and you didn't want to ask them now, just reach out to me afterwards, or drop me a mail, or connect to me on Twitter. Okay. Thanks, Kevin.
Super. Thanks so much, Joe. Great session. Really appreciate it. We'll catch up later.
Okay, Grant. Okay. Are you going to stop? Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll jump out. I'll share up on a slide, and we'll get the next speaker set up now. Thank you.
Thanks, Joe.
Thanks, guys. See you later.
Cheers.
Bye-bye.
Hi, Amy.
Hi, are you okay?
Yeah, not bad. We'll get a slide up, and then we'll get started at 10, if that's all right.
Yeah, that sounds perfect.
Cool.
Do I sound okay, and you can see me okay?
Sounds good. Sounds fine. Yeah.
Perfect. And so, should I just share my screen when we start? Do we have a little bit of a chat?
Kevin's putting a slide up just now, introducing all the different tracks, and then if you just share your screen just at 10, that's fine. All right.
Yeah, that sounds great. Amazing.
Cool.
How's it all been going?
Yeah, not bad. It's been challenging.
I know, right? Nerve-wracking, I always find with the live stuff, like your reaction times have to be quick if things start to go wrong, isn't it?
Got about 12 windows open and 14 WhatsApp chats going. All good.
Good.
Hey, Amy, it's Kevin. I'll be one of your co-hosts as well if you need anything.
Oh, awesome. Hi, Kevin. Nice to meet you.
Same here. Thank you very much. Can you folks see my slide that I have presented?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
So as Gregor said, Amy, audio video is good on your side from the video side of it. In probably a few minutes out, we'll get you to share up your screen. I just want to leave this up for the folks coming and going between tracks as well. So
yeah, sounds good.
Cool.
Sounds very good.
Amy, can I just check? Do you have the option to share your screen?
I do, yes.
Okay.
So if I open share tray, yeah, and then what I'll do is I'll share my second screen. Yeah. Okay. So then I've got demos on two different desktops.
Right. Okay. That's all. Just checking. Cool. Nice one.
No worries.
Welcome everyone. We'll get started in probably just over 5 minutes.
Cool.
So go and grab a drink, get comfortable.
Okay, I think we'll get Amy. We get you to put up your slide and just make sure that you've no problems on that side of it as well. So I'll stop sharing, and hopefully you should be good to go.
Amazing. Okay, so if I share my second screen.
Cool. Looks good.
Yeah, can you see, yeah, the screen, and then just very quickly, if I switch there, do you see a blog post?
Looks good.
Amazing, that's perfect.
Okay, I think we're all ready to go. We've got a number of attendees lined up to attend this session. So I'll do an intro and then I'll hand over to Amy for hopefully what's another awesome Azure Global Bootcamp session. So thanks everyone. Anyone who hasn't been on this track earlier today. So this is track 2. My name is Kevin Green. I'm a Cloud and Data Center Management MVP based out of Dublin, Ireland. I'm co-hosting track 2 with my esteemed MVP colleague Gregor Suti. And today's presentation, this second presentation for track 2 is from Amy Boyd. So Amy is a senior cloud advocate in AI and machine learning with Microsoft. And Amy's going to talk us through a session titled Grafting Love Island Data, Analyzing the Stories Behind the TV Show Using Azure AI. Sounds awesome. So Amy, I'll hand over to you, and Gregor and I will check the chat. And if you want to call out to us, if there's if you want some gaps, or if you'd like, I'm not sure how you want us to deal with questions, we can chip in when you've got a break, or we can leave them to the end, whatever suits you.
Yeah, sure. So firstly, thank you for having me on the Global Azure Virtual Bootcamp. This is really exciting to be a part of, so thank you. Yeah, this session is, I'll be totally honest with you, this is not the polished content I maybe normally share. This is very much something that is a work in progress, and I'm still working on this. So actually, super happy to take questions really whenever. Also going to be sharing sort of a bit of a story, some tooling, and then also maybe some warnings, let's call them warnings, around when you approach these types of projects, and some of the stuff we hear when we speak to customers. So yeah, this one is specifically around a project that I've been working on around Love Island data. So let me start with a bit of a story. Let me take you back to a nice time. June 2019, the sun was out, sort of, I think, and Love Island on ITV2 is a TV show in the UK that happens. It's very, very popular, where a lot of single people they get to go to Mallorca, they stay in this fabulous villa, and it's a game show to couple up, and you could win £50,000 at the end. There's many trials and tribulations that happen to these singletons. They have to do a lot of tasks and stuff like that. But it also became a bit of a sensation in the UK. My social media was going mad. It was something that was like a dedicated, do not contact me between 9 and 10 p.m. any weekday. So yeah, it was fantastic. And there was a lot of its own vocabulary that Love Island made. So things like I've got a text, or grafting, or laying it on factor 50 were just some of the phrases that became very, very popular, and also very good for kind of memes and GIFs. But one of the things that I was actually able to do was, whilst I was watching Love Island, keeping a track of all the things that were happening. So I'd been a fan for some of the previous series, but in 2019, I told myself that actually, I think I was speaking to like a student group or like a graduate group, and I was speaking to them about data science, and I kind of wanted to say like everything produces data now. It doesn't just have to be financials, insurance, healthcare, like it's actually anything. And in the entertainment sector, this is becoming more relevant than ever in some senses. And so one of the interesting things here was I kind of immediately just kept a note. It was literally on my phone whilst I was sitting on the sofa, and I'll show you my very advanced technology for that, and just keeping a track of like what was happening, and also keep trying to collect historical data about the competition. And basically, I created this blog. So if you go to bit.ly/Love Island-blog, you can get to this blog. I understand, obviously, given this is the sort of Azure Bootcamp, not everyone here might deem themselves a data scientist or a data analytics expert. So we just want to steady the nerves. Actually, there's a lot of interest in just around the scenario and how we approach it. So I won't dive too deep into some of the stuff that we did, but definitely want to kind of explain how I got to where I did. So first things first, this blog post, it sits on Medium. posted just at the end of June, so as the competition was kind of sort of a few weeks in. This is kind of one of the things that I don't do is I don't actually tend to post a lot of work stuff on, say, like my personal social media, but this one went everywhere. My friends and family were interested, people at work were interested, and so it just shows that actually when you start to analyze data and it tells a story, that actually that is the most interesting part of it in some senses, and everyone should be able to understand the output. You should be able to tie it to something that happens in the real world, I always believe. But to kind of kick us off, I found 4 findings that I thought were quite interesting. So finding number 1, if you are a part of the first set of people that enter this villa in Love Island, you're actually much more likely to win. And this is given sort of 3 and actually now 4 years worth of historical data. It was really very simple to just kind of get, okay, who entered, what day they entered, when they left, how long they were in couples, all of this kind of data. But actually when you started to plot it, really obvious patterns came out. So great thing, 100% correct for all winners for the past 3 years. And it was, I think it very slightly drops for the 4th year, where the girl in the couple was part of the first group, but the gentleman was not. Finding number 2, most winners of Love Island in the UK have actually come from the south of the UK. Now, someone on my team from the US actually said, well, isn't the south of the UK bigger than the north of the UK or the Midlands? And I was like, I'm not actually sure. So that was one thing that I needed to check out. But 83% of winning couples were from the south of the UK for the previous 3 years. And actually, if we very quickly just potted on, I know some people don't like pie charts, so I can only apologise, but for this, it kind of works quite well. In 2016, 17 and 18, actually, the majority of contestants, 60% of them were from the south, whereas in 2019, they tended to do a bit more of a split. So the south was still the majority, but only just from the north being at 33% of people as well. So it was super interesting to just see the changes in both the programme, maybe the awareness of it, who wants to contribute to it. Maybe if we see all the same people, we kind of want to see something a bit different. So this was kind of an interesting finding. Finding number 3, couples who win the competition tend to be together for the majority of the show. So the average length of the winning couple was actually 41 days. They were probably together from pretty much the start to the end. There was a really weird finding that the 3rd place seemed to be together longer than the 2nd place. Couldn't really suss out within the data why that might have been, but I guess it was kind of one of these obvious ones. Well, if they're together, the public buys into them a little bit more, you feel like you get to know them as a couple, and therefore you probably vote for them. And then finally, finding number 4 was a really interesting one. I was really fascinated to know what all these people did before they entered the villa, because afterwards they all become kind of like Instagram influencers. But for now, like, what were they doing before? And so it's super interesting to kind of plot just a very, very simple word cloud that would tell us what kind of the winners did. And one of the things that I found was actually they tend to be in quite customer facing jobs if they do well. I'm sure we're all in that position, some of us, where we do interact with people, and actually there's a lot to be said about a conversation when you build that, and if you can kind of connect with people often buy into you. And it was exactly the same here. So people who were performers, hairdressers, people in sales, or people who were managers, maybe they needed to do more like convincing, and so found it maybe a bit easier to win over the British public. So lots and lots of interesting data that we're able to get. But one of the things I actually wanted to show you was this blog post, which kind of connects from the original one. And this one actually got a lot more traction, a lot more claps on Medium than the sort of general findings one. But this one was like the how of how I did it. And to be totally honest with you, it was fairly basic. a lot of people kind of dive into data problems and immediately jump to, okay, I'm going to predict the winner, or I'm going to predict this, or I'm going to predict that. Machine learning has taken us all over, and we kind of want to try it out, and that's really good. But all of these findings came from simple data analysis. And I just found it so interesting that actually I always see this as the first step in any data science project that I do. You must dive into that data and totally understand what's going on, what correlates, what doesn't, and start finding some patterns potentially before you start asking more in-depth or sort of future-looking questions. So I very quickly just wanted to show you the very basic side of gathering this data. This data was put together by me and just kind of off my back, so it's a little bit manual, but actually things like Wikipedia do a really, really good job of just keeping a track of everything that happens. So for historical data, it was very easy to just get each series, and in each series they had this really handy table where it basically told you some of the information, some of the basic information that I wanted to know. But then I also popped that all into, who doesn't love Excel? I don't know why we all pretend we don't, we do. Excel actually was perfect for this kind of thing. Just very, very basic storage. I mentioned to you, like, I was tracking this as it was happening. And so what I did was I literally had Excel, the app, on my iPhone. I would sit on the sofa, and as things would happen, so someone went on a date, or someone joined the villa, or they changed couples, or they won one of the competitions or the challenges, I just basically add that data in. So super manual, I'll be honest. Could I have collected more data? Yes. Could there be really cool ways that you could automate it? Absolutely. But to first check that there was any kind of pattern there or anything of interest, I kind of dove in with just very, very basic technology. And then the key thing was to actually just start exploring the data. For that, at the time, I used Azure Notebooks, which is a form of Jupyter that sits on Azure, and you can go to notebooks.azure.com, sign in with your Azure account, and then just use all of this within a web browser. It's very, very popular in data science, and the Jupyter tool specifically. And I actually wanted to show you more recently, I've kind of collated everything into one space, and that's inside a tool called Azure Machine Learning. It looks a bit like this in the portal. As with any Azure service, you go to create a new resource, type in machine learning, you'll see this little sort of graphical canonical glass come up. You fill in some basic information about where you want this, what resource group, etc. And it will create the whole infrastructure behind the ability for you to run machine learning and data analysis problems. Azure Machine Learning has something called a studio. The studio is where I spend most of my time, to be honest with you. I see the Azure Portal piece as kind of like the infrastructure, the setup, maybe when you look at things like access control, who can do what with what resources, and maybe things like locks if you don't want it to be deleted, for example. So one of the things I just wanted to mention as well was with Azure Machine Learning, to just use the Jupyter experience or the notebooks kind of experience, you actually don't need to have the enterprise edition. You can just use sort of the basic edition. Enterprise means using some of our services, so things like automated machine learning or the Azure Machine Learning Designer tool, so the click and drag kind of GUI way of building machine learning models. So just to keep that in mind, you actually don't always need to have the new enterprise edition. If I open the studio, in the studio, it kind of looks a little bit like this. So this is where I live. And if I go into my compute tab, I created basically what is a virtual machine in some senses in Azure. That's how I think about it. But one of the really nice things for someone who's into data analytics is it comes with loads of pre-installed tools. So instead of me doing sort of that ARM template and having sort of a basic data science machine in Azure, that has to be like managed and stuff like this. All of that is dealt for me here, and it's super easy to create as well. You literally just need to put in at the bare minimum 2 different fields, and so it was very much designed for the data scientist, maybe rather than sort of a cloud architect or an infrastructure type person. So that was kind of, I believe, the thinking behind it. Say if I clicked on this Jupyter link here, it actually opens up my dev machine, Amy Dev, in West Europe, so that we can see that, again, it's just a virtual machine behind the scenes, but then it has Jupyter, this popular data science tool, kind of already running, and I can just use sort of the file structure. And what I wanted to show you in this piece was basically some of the basic Python and really basic sort of visuals that allowed me to just start to explore the data set. So if you're getting into this space and maybe you're new to Python as well, I highly recommend looking at a package called Matplotlib for any data visualizations. They have really good documentation, number one. They have great examples that you can kind of build on. So to be totally honest with you, who doesn't Google pretty much everything they write? So it was great to be able to go there, take some examples, and then build them up in some senses. So here I can import some packages and read in my data. And the nice thing about Jupyter is actually the ability to say, hey, read in this CSV file, which is my Excel file, which is saved as a CSV, and then basically just look at the top bit. So I can just look and go, is it the right thing that I'm looking at? Okay, like what different columns have we got going on, and stuff like that. And then you can also see the dimensions of the data set by default, so that's always very handy. You can do things like describe the data set, and that gives you more sort of statistical information about things. So the number of days in the villa, what was the median? The median was actually about 20 days, whereas the number of couples, the average was sort of about 1.5, so you'd say basically 2, with a minimum of some people going away with none, and actually someone had 6 different couples across however long they were in the villa. So it can just show you some kind of highs and lows and averages so that you can get a head around your data. I wanted to take a look at the shape of this data and then some of the columns in it, but then I can also do things like just extract, okay, who are the ones that were the winners? I just want to see that, all of the winners, so that I could just eye up the different data and see whether I could see any sort of correlations myself. You can do the same with runners up and third place, so quite a lot of repetition. But the graphs were the bit that got kind of the most interesting. So plotting something like the age with the average age in a histogram. So it's interesting to see there is quite a young audience of people who actually take part in the show, with I think the youngest being 18 and the oldest being 31 or 32. But say the mean or the average being about 23 years old. If you broke that down by year, it kind of looks a bit different. So then it was interesting to plot these against each other. So in 2016, the average being nearer 24, but by 2018, it dropped a little bit more, with the youngest people being in the 2017 series, but actually then starting to look more at sort of 1920, and then the oldest being at a similar space. So it was interesting to just see kind of the difference. This is called a Violin Chart. They're not very popular. I'm not really sure why. For a spread of data, they're really, really interesting. And a spread of data over different sort of time periods, it can really show you a slight change. Like here in 2017, it's interesting to see that there was sort of, yes, there was still the same kind of most people in this age range, but it was interesting to see there was some slightly older people compared to 2018 and 2016. There was very, very few sort of towards 30-year-olds type people. Things like days in the villa, it was quite easy to then just say, okay, like people, if you've watched Love Island, might recognise some of these names. Things like plotting how long they'd been in the villa. So some of the longest people, these are some of the people that won. To some of the people who didn't get a lot of time in the villa, but interesting to see, like, oh, do you remember them? Why would you remember them, type thing. And so on and so on. So you can see this is where I started to get then some of my pie chart graphs from and stuff like that. And I just continued down. The interesting one was more around scatter plots. It was very, very interesting to just start extracting columns of my data set and then actually comparing them against each other to see if there was any correlation. So the day the contestant joined the villa correlated with the number of couples they had. So if they joined the villa on day 0, they're more likely to have more couples. I think it's an obvious trend, this one. It was one to just test out that I could kind of read the graphs correctly and I was understanding the data. If you arrived sort of towards the end of the competition, of course you have much less time to get into different couples. I was interested to know if the age of someone dictated how many couples they were in. Like, people might think that maybe the younger contestants would kind of be a bit more, oh, I'll just couple up with another person, that would be fine. Like, maybe they wouldn't feel like they had to be as committed. And it was interesting to see there wasn't really any correlation happening here. So it was interesting because I'd, in my head, made that hypothesis that I thought it would. So that's maybe my own bias. So it was interesting to actually see the data for that. And so on and so on. All of this information is on GitHub, so I'll share a link if in case you wanted to dive into it a little bit more. And again, if you wanted to check out the blog post, like, take a good read. I spent a bit of time. I was so involved in the whole thing at the time that it kind of, I hope the style of it is kind of into the Love Island piece. So those were some of the findings we listed off, basically. So I found that the first group to enter the villa was more likely to win. Most winners have come from the south of the UK. Couples who win tend to be together for most of the show. And islanders do well in the competition that have customer-facing jobs. So I made a bit of a tongue-in-cheek saying, oh, if you're applying for Love Island, like, hey, maybe like check out this 4 criteria because these are the people currently that seem to be the most successful. And also it was interesting to see if I go to, I'm a big fan of Power BI. I think they briefly mentioned it in the session before as well. For exploring data, building graphics quickly, building graphics that you can present out to people as well so that everyone can understand the outcome. I absolutely loved it for this. So I was able to create, say, a report for each year of the contestants, even bringing in things like images so we can remember who each one was. And then actually starting to compare some of these different things. So each of the years kind of compared to each other, maybe looking at the traits of the winner. So having, okay, if I selected just winner, what does that look like? And then being able to say, yeah, they were all the first to enter the villa, the majority are from the south. The people who were committed for the longest in that specific year, and then their different job roles. So it was not quite nice to then be able to say, hey, like, it does show in the visuals automatically. And then also do fun things like this. I need to actually update this. This is on one of my improvement pieces. This was for 2019. This is probably one of my favorite series, actually. Molly May is my favorite person ever. And it's so interesting to see that this was during the competition and actually being able to say, hey, like, the people who are currently most likely to win given my findings are X, Y, and Z, was a little bit less of a, this is a pure prediction, and a bit more of a guided thing, like, if we saw the same trend, this could be the way that it moves. So being quite conscious of the fact that this is not a prediction, this is just historical analytics. So yeah, big fan of Power BI for sharing this information and visuals with people, as well as looking at the more data analysis type graphs using Python. But I was collecting all of this data in an Excel, and that was great and really, really interesting. But social media was blowing up. Like, it was just absolutely manic, and not just Twitter, which I'm showing here. Twitter was very, very popular, but Instagram and Facebook and I'm sure many other different platforms as well. That everyone was, both Love Island was posting, some of the contestants even get to sort of post, or the people who look after their accounts whilst they're in there. Things like people's comments though, and this was where it kind of took me back a little bit. So, So yeah, one of the things that I immediately thought of was actually, well, if we have all of this Twitter data, then what if I started to analyze people's comments? Should that be like fairly easy? And so if you look at something like the Azure Cognitive Services, a really nice low-key way of getting into machine learning. You can just be a developer. You don't need to know anything that's happening behind the scenes. You can literally, if you can call an API, you can use these types of AI services. And so text analytics is one that does things like key phrases, sentiment, and more recently has actually broke the document, so the full piece of text, down into sentences as well. So very quickly wanted to show you a quick test that I did of this, because I always go to our cognitive services first. This is one of my my warnings. I am someone who would maybe think about, okay, if I have to do a certain prediction problem, I'll go straight to a machine learning tool. I'll start building it myself. I have really tried quite hard to not do that. A lot of these APIs are very, very powerful. They might not always fit your exact need, but they also might be something that supplements what you're doing. So in this case, what I wanted to do was just, okay, if I was to put Twitter data in there, Twitter data has a very specific format. It's quite short. There's no full stops. There's no punctuation. It's got a lot of slang in it, potentially. It's got a lot of hashtags in it. And so I thought, well, actually, I should probably try it. So one of the things that I did was I took a tweet, sample one, and if I just literally just go to the website at azure.microsoft.com, cognitive services and text analytics, you can, you can literally just paste in any sample data. You can obviously also do this by the APIs using things like Postman. And if I click analyze, it will send off my piece of text. I've not signed up for anything. I don't even need to be an Azure customer. And one of the things that we can see is it picks out things like key phrases, and it's also split down my sentences. So it says this is a mostly negative sentiment tweet, but there is a bit of positive in there. And so if we scroll down, we can see that actually the first sentence, so unpopular opinion, this one, Michael is still a good guy, but he's confused and is encouraged by the boys. 99% negative. Sentence 2 is quite positive. What's that? He has every right to speak to the girls. And then sentence 3, quite negative, but it's unfair on our Queen Amber. And so it's very interesting to see that it broke that down. Now this was more for demo purposes. This is not the format in which this tweet came. It's rawest format. I read the tweet and actually broke it down into what seemed like useful sentences. So this, there is no punctuation in a tweet. There are no things like, not really things like sentences. And then if you analyze something like that, because it's not, say, a more structured data, it just says it's 100% negative and there's one sentence and it's negative, but it still picks out things like all of those keywords. So this was one of these ones where I suddenly went, well, this isn't going to quite fit for what I potentially want to do. And let's talk a little bit more about what I want to do. So I'm going to take you way back now in this story. And one of the interesting things around this story is in June 2014, I actually did something very, very similar with a very similar demographic of data. So I actually did a lot of my computer science research. I focused in on machine learning, and my final research was trying to predict the outcome of the X factor given the Twitter data. And it was so interesting because it sounds like a super trivial topic and you're like, how did they possibly submit that as research? But a lot of work, a lot of very technical work went into this. Natural language processing of social media data specifically, and then also trying out lots of different algorithms which fit at the time, which fit best with text processing. Also then looking at things like ranking, so different types of how would I rank the contestants, as to say who I think will win, and also who would be removed from the competition. So lots and lots of cool stuff happened there. And everyone always says, well, did it work or not? Because it's a bit like, it sounds a bit like betting on the horses. It's not, it's much more, it'd be less real time. Well, it could be more real time now, but it was more historical back then. At the time, it did pretty well. So I had a load of tweets from the competition. I was able to break them down into weeks and sentences. And then one of the things that I was able to do is basically rank these contestants. So when there was less than 6 X Factor singers, I was able to rank them correctly, who would win and who would be removed from the competition that week. I actually used a really, if you're into machine learning or you've done anything with natural language processing, I actually used quite what we would now deem as a historical approach. Support vector machines were the thing, like they were the algorithm for natural language processing at the time. They were the ones that were doing the most with being able to break down sentences, and things like neural networks was just not something that was going to be used in 2014. Now, now I have taken a very different approach, and we'll see that in a minute. I also trained this on domain-specific data. So I did use the Twitter and X Factor data only. If this had been trained on something like just pure Twitter data, so just general knowledge, it probably wouldn't have worked as well, because we were doing sentiment analysis. And I do believe that sentiment analysis is very specific to the domain that you're in. So, for example, one of them was in the X Factor, the word music is used a lot. In the context of the X Factor, music is neutral because everything's talking about, well, most things are talking about the music. Whereas in other parts of a different domain, music might be considered a positive sentiment. And so this is really, really interesting to make that distinction between why training on quite specific data for your domain is sometimes something that needs to be kind of considered. But there was some things I wanted to improve. So one of them was that I made a lot of assumptions. So for example, the data that I extracted from the Twitter API about X Factor in a certain time period, there was a lot of constraints on this data. And one of them was that it had to have an emoji, so a smiley face, a sad face, a laughing face, etc. And one of these things was I made the assumption that given the emoji in the sentence, I could tag this data with positive, negative, or neutral. So if it was a smiley face, it's a positive sentence. If it's a sad face, it's a negative sentence. This is, you could say in most cases this is likely to be okay. Obviously, this doesn't take into account things like sarcasm. Sarcasm is actually something that's still very hard to solve. And so it's really interesting to see that like this was something that I had to do in order to get automatically labeled data. And that's something in machine learning that's quite a bit of a blocker sometimes. So you might have a load of data, but you don't really have a clue what's going on in it. And to label it all would be really, really manual. And so this was kind of that happy medium of being able to automatically try and label some data. One of the things that came out was I could do a sentence is positive or a sentence is negative, but I couldn't extract the why, and this bothered me a bit. I could say that someone was being spoken about really positively, or someone, unfortunately in the X Factor, some people was spoken about really negatively online, and we could see the distinction between the two, but I couldn't always at the time pick out, it would have been key phrase extraction, which would have been a whole nother thing, the why, and so that's something I wanted to kind of jump onto. And also, I did this in 2014. I ran it on a laptop that's currently sitting down here in my study, and it no longer turns on. So we can tell that I literally ran that laptop to death with all of this data. Whereas now I would absolutely never do that. I use everything in the cloud. I use scalable compute, etc. And we just have amazing tooling that makes this stuff much more possible. So fast forward, we're in September 2019, so only a few months ago, what, 6 months ago-ish? And Ari Bornstein on my team, so another cloud advocate specialising in AI and machine learning, created an amazing session at Ignite the Tour. If you do want any of the content for those sessions, do check out that GitHub link at the bottom. All of the content, all of the videos, all of the demos are all there for you to take and use. Ari created AI/ML40 in that repository, and AI/ML40 was all about natural language processing and Azure machine learning. And I was just kind of inspired by something that he found in the space. He is definitely someone to follow if you're into this space. He found something called aspect-based sentiment analysis, so we call it ABSA as short. And ABSA is basically what I see as asking for the what and the why. So what is the sentiment and why is that the case? And so one of the interesting things I found was it was great to see for this sample retail data set that we use. Loved the sweater, but hated the pants. Now in the UK, that kind of doesn't make sense. Be a bit worrying, but really great outfit. I really like the shirt. So the idea here is that the colourful circle surrounds with the sentiment the actual word. So the word, say shoes there, the shoes are bad, but the blouse is perfect. Shoes is negative, but the actual word is called an aspect, and then the negative is called an opinion. And these two things are actually sandwiched together and learnt across your data using aspect-based sentiment analysis. So rather than saying this whole sentence, I want to know what it is in the sentence. And you can see how this would be really useful, right, in a context of a business. When you look at reviews, who has ever, like I certainly have never written a TripAdvisor review, even if I'm going at like 4 stars or something, there's always something in there that you would say that you would improve. Or maybe you've said everything is really, really positive, but something. It's that but bit that actually is what the owner of that company or that hotel or that destination, whatever it is, wants to know, because that's what they can improve on. And this is where I believe aspect-based sentiment analysis is really, really popular. If you want to find out more, there's a bit.ly link there. Just go to ABSA-Intel. This is created by Intel. This is not created by Microsoft. So I wanted to show you something that was kind of third party. You can use any framework, but you can use a tooling in the cloud to actually help you be more successful. There's a quick way that this trains. It basically brings in the data. It pre-processes your very, very raw data. Now that is something that's quite interesting. I did a lot of pre-processing in the previous one. And so it's super interesting that it can do that pre-processing for you. It extracts from your data. So I don't need to pass it any labels. I no longer have the restriction of having to have something with an emoji and the assumption that the emoji relates to the text. And so this was something that was really interesting. This is actually called unsupervised machine learning compared to supervised machine learning, where it has the tag. So when I start to train it, it extracts a load of aspects, so a load of what I see them as like nouns or verbs, pieces of the sentence that are, say, like keywords, and it will say these are aspects in your data set, and then it will have an opinion lexicon that's pre-built that they give you in this model, and it will re-rank the different opinions based on your data. So we use the example of music with the X Factor. If I use the X Factor data again, music or something about music, if it was positive or negative, might be then just considered neutral. So it trains the model on your data set, no labels, and then you pass in, what comes out of it is an opinion lexicon. So a lexicon is a list of words. That's why let's think of it. A lexicon, a list of words and a tag. And same with aspect. It's breaking down your big CSV file into which bits are actually useful aspects in your data. And then we pass all that back into the model with some new data, and then it will tell us how it classifies it. So that's a kind of training and an inference pipeline that we use in something like machine learning. So we use ABSA, and actually Henk is on the call, and also Ari and lots of our teams built some amazing stuff. So if you go to aka.ms/AIML40 repo, in fact, I'll type it in the comments now, aka.ms, oh, there we go, /AIML40 repo, you can actually go and get a load of sample code that can show you how to run this type of model in Azure Machine Learning and all of the instructions that go with it. Really, really amazing stuff, super easy to set up. Now, fast forward to only a month ago, in March 2020, I thought, actually, this is exactly what my Love Island problem needs. If I have all of this tweet data sitting in just basic table storage, it's super raw, it's super messy, and I have 0 labels to put on it, how can I start to analyze it? What is the aspect is potentially the contestant, and the label is then kind of what they do, like is it positive, is it negative, and then I can start looking at the ranking piece again. So before we go to what's next, let me show you some of this code. So one of the interesting things, all of that sample code is here. It's called ABSA. You get this notebook. It's got amazing graphics in that Hank put in. And it's really quite easy to kind of walk through and start to understand some of the code. But I also wanted to say I use this as a template to then put in my own model using ABSA. So I then call my notebook ABSA-Love Island. It basically looks exactly the same. All I've done is change a few parameters and basically change the data set. So I can set up my environment. So I have a workspace. So in my here, we have a workspace. This is my full workspace here. And inside we have all these different experiments. I can connect to remote compute. I told you about my very, very damaged laptop down there from university. That was super interesting to see, right? Because actually, if I can call off to compute that's remote, I no longer need to worry about running it on this actual device. So it's perfect for the actual sheer size of some of the problems that you might come into contact with. And so if I go into my studio and I go to compute and go to compute clusters, you'll see that I have, in fact, one of them is resizing down to 0 now after I just ran one. I have 2 clusters that can be used, so clusters of compute. You'll also see, as Azure people, these are basic CPU machines. These are not big, huge GPUs. The Intel, the ABSA model is actually optimized to run on CPU instead. So it's also a really, really good thing about it. But one of the things I wanted to show you was basically the ability for me to run an experiment, tag it with a load of different things that I'm able to experiment on. So an experiment in machine learning is never what I like to call a one-hit wonder. It's just not. The first one you run is going to be a nightmare. You don't really understand what the outcome truly means until you start to compare it to other different experiments in machine learning. So for example, I changed the data set multiple times. I changed the amount of validation tests that I had, and I also changed the amount of iterations, so the times that it ran through my data. You can send all of this information off to the cloud and then get a great sort of like results piece. In fact, the driver logs tend to be much more interesting. This is where you can actually see the model running through my 45,000 tweets in that example. And it obviously does that. So this was iteration 4, and so it ran it through 5 different times. And so you can double check, even though it's running in the cloud, you can always check in and see where it is. And then finally, if we go down, you can actually register the model, pass it some interesting new Love Island responses, and then get it to actually start tagging your responses. Now, this is one of the things I want to be totally honest with you. This is a work in progress. When I ran this only last week, I was getting very, very different results. So I have a YouTube video here. I did a bit of a Twitch stream around it. And what you'll notice is I really like this one. It was like, I really hope Amber positive and Michael positive win Love Island. Sorry, Curtis. And so that was negative. I thought it just broke down that sentence perfectly. I've come back and ran it this morning and it's not quite doing the same thing. So this is one of my next improvements to make as to why it's change so drastically. It could be the model behind the scenes, so maybe I need to choose a version of the Intel model. Interesting when you're using third-party frameworks, always something to remember. But the key is that we can start to experiment. And this is, conscious of time, wanted to show you very quickly one of the things I absolutely love about experimenting in Azure Machine Learning. It's very, very simple. It's not something that is widely known, but actually this page is my go-to for totally understanding what I'm doing. So this is basically like my score. So is it any good or not, F1 weighted? And so it's interesting to see over the different runs of this experiment, I've gradually got it better, where actually run number 18 was my highest, what we could call some form of accuracy. And then also I can see that the number of different aspects within inside my lexicon is also something that I can track over time. And so you can really see some trends. Also, I can do things like tag my experiments. So if we go back down here, we can see that the data set that I used was different in all 4 of these experiments, and then checking the output. I then said, okay, well, the smaller varied seems to be, the smaller test one seems to be the most successful. So what I'll do is I'll up the amount of validation. And so I keep one thing consistent, the validation test, and run it against all my data sets again. And same thing, I just keep changing one thing at a time to understand whether my experiment gets better or not. And then finally, if you go into any of these runs, so this one, number 84, this one, is a really, really good example. I can get all of my information on here, but also if I go into my outputs, I can start to see that opinion and aspect lexicon. So they are generated in my output files. But one of the things I found fascinating was what it does in my CSV. If I just highlight this span is basically saying this is an aspect. If I look at what it's chosen as the aspects, it's chosen Ovi, who was a contestant, Anna, Curtis, Amber, Moira, Love Island. So it's so interesting that even just in my data, it's gone straight for choosing the contestants, which is exactly what I wanted in some senses. I want to know what it was, who in that sentence got positive and who got negative, because there's often multiple people mentioned in each sentence. And then this is what my opinion lexicon looks like, just to give you a very quick brief view. So all of the different kind of words, whether they're negative or whether they're positive. And so that was re-ranked when we train it. So loads of cool stuff happening there. Understanding this is quite, I went from sort of some more basic analysis. I looked at using pre-packaged AI, and then I kind of moved off into the more bespoke AI. But just understanding that there is tools in the Azure platform for all of those different stages, and it's not even necessarily always an audience or a segment or a skill set split. I see it as actually I should always look to using things like cognitive services or things like automated machine learning before potentially diving in, but this felt like a good fit for the experiment that I was doing. So very, very quickly, just wrapping things up. What's next? Well, I have an idea. I need to firstly update my analytics, so include 2019, and then there was also a very brief series right at the end of last year, start of this year, that I want to add in and just see whether the trends around the data analysis still apply. I want to do more experimentation with data sets and parameters. I want to try and set up a retraining pipeline so that if we do ever have a chance to see Love Island again, that actually I could just pass in that new data and get it to update my sort of model and potentially try and start using it in real time. And then I also want to review something called ML pipelines. This is a really great way to do like segment my code a bit more, because there is a whole section of the training file and the pre-processing and where I'm getting my data set from and stuff like that. So these are all things where I'm trying to just refine my approach. So if you're interested, like reach out, let me know, or if you have other ideas as well, like let me know that, because I'm not, I'm only kind of working on this myself. So finally, just super thank you. If there's anything that I can push, all of the great information on the aspect-based sentiment analysis is available. Do take a look at that Ignite the Tour session that I built all of this off and just applied to my scenario. I also wanted to then just say a big shout out to the build AI solutions using Azure Machine Learning. If you want to learn more about Azure Machine Learning and you haven't really had a chance, I highly recommend that Microsoft Learn course. It's a fantastic end-to-end, and I went in and kind of did some of it, and even I learned different things, and I use it on like quite a regular basis. So this is super interesting. And then for the community aspect, if you're looking to get more connected into the AI space, I highly recommend following the amazing global AI community as well as the Azure community. So go to that link. Or also our team is putting together AI April, we've called it. So we're nearly at the end, but there's an amazing wealth of information, one post at least for every day of the week of April. And you can find all of that at aka.ms/AI-April. So with that, I'll leave the links up so people can keep a note of them. But yeah, that's kind of my little project, and hopefully it's been a bit interesting on the Love Island side, a little bit technical to show you that there is a lot of technicality you can put into any data set, and also some of the tooling used around Azure Machine Learning.
Super. Thanks so much, Amy. That was an amazing session. Really, really good. I didn't understand half of it. You know, my technical level isn't at your ninja skills for this, but it was really, really interesting. So conscious of time, so our next session starts up at 11, but we do have a number of questions, Amy, that some of the attendees pinged into to the chat. How do you want to address them? I can read out one or two now if you want, but we've probably only got about 4 or 5 minutes, so I don't mind if you want me to forward them on or you want to take it off.
Yeah, I was going to say, do you want me to hang on in the chat and maybe answer a few for people?
Do you know what? There you go. That would be perfect. Yeah. So if you wouldn't mind doing that, Amy, Annie, what I'll do is I've collated them anyway, so I'll put them together for you, and you can then just revert on your answers as needed.
That's great stuff. Well, thank you so much for having me, and yeah, I'll answer those questions for you.
Super stuff. Thanks again, Amy.
Thank you, Amy. Thank you. Hi, Mark. Could you start sharing your screen if that's all right? Just want to check you can do that.
Hey guys, how are we doing? Let's share up my screen here. So.
Yeah, let's see if you can share your screen. Cool, nice one.
Yeah, okay. So everybody can see that, yeah?
Yeah, looking good. I'll get Kevin to introduce you in a wee second, but if you leave that there, that's perfect. Looking good.
Okay, folks, welcome back. Mark, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear, Kevin.
Super duper. Thank you so much. Okay, so for anybody who has not yet attended track number 2 of the Global Azure Virtual Bootcamp, you're missing out because this is the best track. But but welcome. We're delighted to have so many different attendees from all over the UK and Ireland, and even outside of UK and Ireland attendee sessions. Next up, we have Mark Hayes. So Mark is a Microsoft data platform consultant working for a company called Data Smart in Ireland. His session today is titled Rebooting Your Data Strategy with the Power Platform and Office 365. I'm going to hand over to Mark, and if there's any questions that anyone has during the presentation, please put them up into the chat, and Gregor and myself will moderate them. And where applicable, if there's some gaps, we can jump in with Mark and we can ask the questions. Otherwise, we'll hold them till the end and make sure that we've got some Q&A time at the end as well. Okay, over to you, Mark. Any problems, just shout for me or Gregor. We're here to support.
Super. Thanks a million, guys, and thanks everybody for attending. It's great. It's kind of funny to see how these events are now very, very popular to do, seeing as we're all restricted to our houses, but still have to appreciate anybody who turns up to anything on a Saturday. So thanks a million for being here. So what I'm going to chat about, all right, is data analytics. A quick little bit of background about myself. I've basically been working in data for the last 20 years. It's really almost exclusively on the Microsoft platform. There's been a little foray into SAP and Oracle, but generally Microsoft is where I've been at. I do an awful, and from the start, I suppose I've always more been on the data warehouse and business intelligence side of SQL Server. So starting right back with OLAP services in version SQL 7. And then all the way through the various different versions of analysis services, and today onto Power BI, tabular, multidimensional, and all the other different parts that go with it. So what I'm going to show you today is basically just a kind of, I suppose, it's a demo. It's a demo based around my own experience of working with predominantly Power BI and then integrating Power BI in with other parts of the data platform. The demo I'm going to talk you through is very much real world based. It's very similar to a kind of combination of a couple of different clients of mine. All right. So what we are going to see inside in this session, if my clicker wants to respond to me, is my experience of building reporting solutions with Power BI, etc. And the technologies we're going to be talking about are going to be Power BI, mainly on the Power Query side of things, Power Automate, SharePoint, Office 365, which is now of course called Microsoft 365, and Teams. So if you're don't want to see any of that, you're probably in the wrong session, but hopefully you're in the right session. That's what I'm going to be talking about in here. Let's talk briefly about my demo. Most of this is going to be very demo based. I only have a few slides. I want to combine budget sales, company sales, and retail sales. A client of mine came along to me with this exact request where he says, we've got our company sales sitting inside an ERP system. We have our budget sitting in, guess what? Excel. And then because they are a company who sells into wholesalers who subsequently then sell into retailers, or else they sell directly to retailers who sell it out to consumers, they are also in the retail. They're also interested in the retail sales angle of their company, and that information is sent. So they've got 3 sources of data. They want to create some reports for users. Company sales from an ERP sales, they actually get from Excel files that are sent from what we call data aggregators. So companies that basically aggregate data from different shops, and budget data, which you had inside in their own Excel. So that was the challenge. That was the ask. All right. It's a fairly regular ask. It's a fairly standard kind of requirement out there, be it across an organization or within a department or even for an individual. So before I get into the actual demo itself, let's talk a little bit about Power BI and data projects 101, as I call it. Most data projects fall into this. 4 key parts to it. You got to get your data out of a system. All right. So in the Power BI world, we're going to use Power Query, or you can call it M, or you can call it get data, or you can call it transform. It's got a few different names out there. You then want to model our data. So when I say model in data, typically the shape of data in our source system does not necessarily suit what the shape that we need for reporting. Or in this case, it's in 3 different source systems, so we got to bring it into the one model anyway. It's always a very, very important part of a data project, and Power BI Desktop is where we're doing a model in here. From a visualization point of view, we're in Power BI Desktop and using powerbi.com, and then from a sharing point of view, we're using powerbi.com. So that's the kind of the 101 approach when you're approaching data. Lots of projects fall into this mode. Yes, not all. Some BI data projects don't need to worry about getting data. They can just go straight back to a data source because maybe the data source is in a good enough shape already, or maybe the data source is an analysis services cube. But I suppose when it comes to the whole mashup side of things in there, you're typically back in the get, model, visualize, and share. So a lot of what I'm going to be showing you is simply evolving around those 4 parts of a data project. So let's look at my phase 1, kind of the first time I did this project per se, the first time you might approach a project yourself. I've got 3 phases to show you. So phase 1 is all really just about modeling it, doing it in Power BI. So Power BI is kind of the only show in town here. You're using Power Query to get your data out. You're going to model data, you're going to visualize data, and you're going to share in powerbi.com. Your architecture is going to look a little bit like this. So these are my 3 data sources that I have: budget, an ERP system, and a retail sales system. I've also introduced in a 4th data source, which is just necessary for this particular client. And so I figured I'd leave it in because of the fact that the retail sales data that comes to them, it uses retail product codes, your barcode that basically is on the packaging, whereas the product codes that they use internally are a completely different set of product codes. So all that really master data is doing is maintaining a data map between one and the other. On the right-hand side over here, we've got powerbi.com, the service, which is what basically people are going to be connecting to when they want to run their reports. And that bit in the middle is the Enterprise Gateway Connector. So this is an additional component that you'll typically have to install into a lot of data projects if you're connecting to on-premise data sources. And it basically allows the Power BI service to communicate with on-premise services via this gateway connector. So that's a phase 1 approach onto it. So let's have a look at what that looks like in a demo world. So I'll be swapping some screens in and out in here, guys. I just want to do a check back. Everybody can hear me. The pacing is okay. Yeah, I know sometimes as a Corkonian, I can speak incredibly quickly, so I'm trying to slow it down for you.
No, it's all good, Mark.
Super. Thank you. So let's have a quick look at my data sources in here, okay? I haven't actually set up an ERP system in here, but I am going to use a database. So I've got a SQL Server sitting on my VM in here, right? And I'm going to be interested in some of those particular tables. In particular, I'm going to be interested in these guys down here, my invoice lines and my invoices, okay? What else have we got going on in here? So I mentioned that we got various Excel files in there. So let's look at those retail files. Well, our retail files, they look a little bit like when they look a little bit like this when they come in. They're basically just a set of data with a product code, a brand, and then some data inside there. Okay, so my retail sales look a little bit like that. I mentioned that we had a budget in here as well. So here's my budget laid out in my favorite way that I see budgets laid out by accountants, and I always curse and give out because kind of going columns are horrible. But this is typically how I see a lot of budgets, where there'll be products going down here or customers down here, and right across on the right hand side, lots of columns showing all of those different numbers that we have. So that's my budget side. I mentioned too, and I want to mention briefly, just that I had a master data table, and it's a cheap and cheerful solution that was just currently sitting inside an Excel sheet, or at the start it was anyway. And all it is it's just maintaining a list basically between a product code that comes on my retail file and my corresponding code that I should use for it internally. So they're kind of my my data sources that I'm flicking through. So if I was starting this from scratch, we're obviously going to be inside in Power BI. I'm not going to talk you through the whole building of the solution, but let's, in case you haven't seen how Power BI works or how Power Query works, let's get a quick flavor of how we would start doing this, okay? And typically that's going to start with a blank page, and you're going to go up and you're going to get your data, and I'm going to go and get my data from my budget sheet this time. So I'm going to click in there. I'm going to select my budget sheet. I'm going to open it up. And what happens here is it's going to open up Power Query Transform in a couple of seconds after a dramatic pause. And I'm seeing in here that, okay, I've got tabs and data tables inside in here. Okay, so I can click on my data table. It gives me my little preview of what's going on. It always gives you such a tempting yellow button to kind of go, let's just load that data, but rarely loading is rarely good enough at this point. I'm often going into hit the actual transform. So into the transform world, and for now, pretend you're not seeing all this lovely stuff over on the left-hand side. Okay, this is the stuff that's been built already, and let's just focus on this one thing that's happened in here. And we've noticed a couple of things already. Obviously, I'm seeing the data that's inside my Excel sheet, and if I look over here, I'm seeing various different steps that have appeared. And this is Power Query in action. Okay, this is Power Query. It's a step-by-step process of transforming your data. So I can replace those steps from inside here, where I'm kind of going, all right, that was my source. I went to an Excel sheet. I navigated out. I selected a particular sheet. I promoted my headers, and I did a bit of change in data types. You probably didn't even realize I was doing all that stuff, but that's kind of what happened out of the box. So now the next thing in here is going, well, this is still not in a suitable shape for me. So I'll have to do a little bit more transformation work to put that into a shape. One thing I want to get rid of these columns. So I'm going to select all of those columns. And I'm going to go into transform, and I'm going to unpivot. So now straight away, I've got something that looks a little bit more like a fact table, to use a Gill term, of what my data should look like. I can see in here now I've got an SKU and a stock code. I probably don't need that SKU code in there anymore, right? So let's just remove that column out of here. I have a stock code. I'm happy with that. Over in here, I've got a calendar unpivoted. So I'm going to stick with this guy in here. And then over in here, maybe I'm going to turn around and change the name of that. Okay. And I might also want to do a little bit of setting a bit more budget data types. So I might change that into a decimal number. And now what's happened on the right hand side over here is I've just simply added on some more steps while I've been doing that. Okay, so it gets to my final data shape. And in fact, if you wanted to see the code behind that, it's available. But if I want to click on Advanced Editor up here, you can see along here that this is the actual M code that's being generated to do all of these transformations. And I'll be coming back to that in a minute or two. So I just wanted to show you that. So now I've got my and the final thing you probably typically would do in this table is you're going to give it a more friendlier name. All right, my budget going on there. So now I've got my query built up over here. Now, by extending that out, you should eventually end up with a shape that looks a little bit like above, all right? And I've got some folders organized up here, right? Because I like thinking of data in context of dimensions and facts. So the way I tend to build them in there is I kind of going, okay, I've got in here, I've got a folder that contains all of my fact tables, I've another one that contains my dimension tables, and I've got another table that's got reference queries. All right. So if I was to go looking at my facts in here, I can see in here, well, I've got basically 3 different fact tables, one about company sales, one about retail sales, and one about budget sales. And you can see my budget one from here is very, very similar to the quick bit of transformations that I've done already. And say if I was just take one more of them as an example, if I was to look at company sales over on my right hand side, I've got my little connectors going on. So I sourced, I expanded, and I changed a data type. And if I was to look at that source, you can kind of read it off the top in here if you wanted, all right? But it's basically combining something called invoice lines with invoice headers. Or if I was to expand this, there's my invoice lines, and it's picked up on my invoice ID, and here's my invoice headers and another invoice, and I'm basically doing a left join on those 2 tables to bring them together. Which brings me back to my reference queries. And up in here, you can see these are my reference queries where I got my basic, well, I've basically written a query to pull out my invoice header and my invoice lines, and they themselves are very, very simple little queries. Now, this isn't the only way you can approach doing it, all right? I've just deliberately kind of set things up in here that I want to show how queries can reference other queries. You could write a straight SQL statement to get the data out as well. But looking at over here, you can now see my replay steps of source, navigation, and removing columns. So that was my source, seeing all of my database tables. Navigated out to pick out the particular invoices. Then I realized I didn't want most of these headers, so I removed to be left with the shape that I wanted. So that's a little bit about how you're doing the Power Query side of things, okay? Where you want to get to, having done all that, is you want to skip over into my modeling world. So if I click into here, here's my model, all right? So inside in here, I've got company sales, and I can see how company sales has a relationship going on to customers, and also how company sales got a relationship going on to product, and finally how company sales got a relationship going on to calendar in there as well. On the retail sales side of things, I can see again how I'm related to calendar. I've also got a relationship to customers. I got a relationship to product. But if I go looking at my budget side of things, I can see, okay, in my budget, I've got a relationship to my calendar side of things, and I've got a relationship to my product. But I don't have any direct relationship going on to my customers because I'm not budgeted by customers in this case. I'm just purely product focused organization. So this is my data model that I want to get to. And having got to that data model, you will hopefully end up in a situation where you can come along and go, okay, well, I've now got over here various fields that are available to me. So I can turn around and start putting up a table and turn around and say, okay, let's look at my budget. Let's compare that to my company sales. So let's look at my company sales. And we kind of see how I am getting data together, do whatever type of work you want to start doing with it. I want to start splitting that over say years, etc., and you start building up that picture that you want to get to. Okay. So you end up hopefully with some spectacular visualization, hopefully an awful lot better than my visualizations that I've built in here. Here's my attempt at a visualization. And I suppose again, just to call out, obviously it's Power BI, so you get that very click nature where you can kind of click on one thing and we start getting the cross filtering happening going on. All right. And I want to draw your attention to one particular number, which is this number, my 34,000 number up here, because hopefully this will update for us automatically later on. All right. So having got to here, you're going to do publish. You'll end up going down, publishing it to Power BI. Yes, I'll save my changes. I'll apply it later. And after a couple of seconds, it will connect in and I should see my tenant. And in there, I can go ahead and publish this if I want. Now, I'm not going to actually do the publication here because it's already been taken care of, but that will put it up. So from a development point of view, I've kind of developed my solution now, right? So great. So let's look at that solution. Sorry, now I'm just going to drag over a browser to our screen. So to get to that, you'll log into Power BI. And inside in Power BI, and this is the new look of it actually, if people haven't seen it before, and there you used to see more tabs going across, whereas now they've grouped things into something called data sets and data flows and content. Okay. But if I go into my content side of things in here, I can see I've got a sales V1 report. I go clicking on this report, and I'm getting up to my same report that I saw before. And this brings me back to my 34K figure that I was talking about. So it's all published up. If I was to look at the other parts in there, the other side of that goes with it is I've got this data set has been created. So when I published from Power BI, it took my file, put it up to Power BI, split it into basically a data set and to a report. Here's the data set of it. And if we look at our refresh in there, you can see actually that the last time I did a refresh is there. If I just refresh this page, that should do an update. So you can see that the last time this refreshed was my little test refresh that I did earlier this morning, just to make sure that all is working in there. So as such, I've kind of ended up with my 3 data sets combined and published. So let's go back and kind of critique that a little bit as a first pass. So we did our modeling. This is our architecture. We went through our demo. What I've ended up with in here is a single Power BI solution. I would call it effective, but it's very standalone. It's kind of just sitting there on its own inside in Power BI. It's not really integrated in with my organization in any manner. Yes, I can share out links and people can connect onto it, but it still feels a little bit disconnected, right? Also, I had a little bit of additional data maintenance to make it work in there as well with this master data. This is real life, so this exists currently. But even that whole solution feels very awkward because I ended up creating an Excel sheet that they now have to maintain somewhere. And we all know Excel sheets aren't exactly the greatest thing to be using as a pure data source because people can change them, delete them, etc. So there's definitely kind of some holes in here. So let's look at phase 2. I'll just do a quick stop there. Any, again, pacing is okay. Have any questions popped up, Kevin?
No questions at the moment, Mark. No, you're playing a blinder.
Super. Okay, so let's look at phase 2. So redesign and start leveraging Office in here. So again, Power BI is going to play a role up in here, but I want to introduce data flows. Okay, so data flows is what I call about the concept of sharing data. Power BI, you're sharing a report, right? Whereas a data flow, you're sharing just data. And the classic example of this is you saw me do a bit of work in Power BI to bring in company sales. Okay, so now the next time my client brought me in, they said, we need you to do another bit of work. Great. But for various reasons, some of them political, some of them practical, they wanted it to be in a completely different Power BI solution. Okay, a completely different Power BI data set, which throws up the question kind of going, well, I've done a bit of work here to bring in your company sales. If I now have to do another solution in another Power BI desktop model, I'm going to have to bring in all that company sales data again, right? And now I'm going to have code sitting in 2 locations, which just doesn't really feel like a good idea, okay? And obviously it's not a good idea because you find an issue, you got to fix it in 2 different places. And that can get worse and worse in 3 and 4 and 5 and 10 different places. So data flows is an opportunity to turn around and say, well, actually, I've got this concept. I've got this entity called company sales. I want to make that available up on Power BI so that any other model that needs it can go to the one location and get it. And now I've got my code in the one spot. I want to bring Excel in here as well because that whole Power BI experience of putting up things is very, very visual based up on powerbi.com. But if you want to get real ad hoc-y with your data, you know, sometimes Excel is a great tool. So let's bring that in there. And then as well, because my organization is already on Microsoft 365, and this is, well, why don't I use some of the components you already have, such as SharePoint and Teams, to give you different visualizations, to make it bring it closer to your to the end users, and to give you a better way of, frankly, maintaining data. Okay, so we're adding on quite a few things in phase 2. So my architecture now looks a bit like this. I still have my 3 data sources, they haven't changed, but I've lost this master data Excel because that just felt so awkward, right? Instead, I've replaced it with SharePoint list. My gateway connector still exists, obviously. Power BI itself still exists going on there. But now, as opposed to people getting to it directly via their browsers, which they can continue to do so, I'm also giving them an option to start viewing data directly inside in SharePoint, and also that they can connect to it inside in Excel or in via Teams as well. So I'm trying to bring that data more central to their organization as opposed to a little island out by itself. So let's have a look at this one. So if I was to connect back to here, so I'm going back to Power BI, I want to start talking about that data flow first. All right, so we said in here, this tab now contains data sets and data flows. And there was my data set that I had created. But if I look up in here, I've got something called company sales and a different little icon over here, and it says the type, it's a data flow. So if I go into this, click on company sales, brings me into this entity called company sales. Underneath it, I see the data types that this is going to return. If I wanted to go looking at the details behind this, it's going to bring me into Power Query. It actually names it here, Power Query on the cloud. And I'm getting pretty much the same experience as I saw on Power BI desktop. I've got all my transforms are available to me in here. I've got my shape of data that I'm looking at in here, and over here I've got my data source steps that I'm applying to get to it. This is now a separate little data object that exists. It can be refreshed independently of your model, which in itself can be very useful because maybe there's certain parts of your data model where you say, I only need this to refresh weekly, but other parts need to refresh daily. So it kind of gives you a way of achieving that. And what it actually does is when it does a refresh, it stores your data in a blob object in a Azure Data Lake Gen 2 storage. Okay. If you don't specify it, it puts it into its own Gen 2 data lake storage. But actually, if you want to, you can set it up so that Power BI will put it into your own data lake Gen 2 storage, which kind of is an interesting little use case in there that you could almost use Power Query now as a way of getting data into your data lake through this mechanism. And all it is basically a text object, text blob object that you can then pick up and work away with in the data lake environment. As a benefit of doing this too, purely it's more maybe more from a development point of view, but if you're developing in Power BI desktop and you're making changes and you do a refresh, every time it has to refresh the model or at the very least a bit of data that you're looking at. That might be very quick, but that could also be a significantly long process. And part of the reason, if you're using a data flow, that often can be significantly faster because one, you may not need to refresh the data flow. It's just sitting up there. So all that's actually happening from a Power BI desktop point of view is it's just pulling down the blob object, which typically tends to be a lot faster than necessarily going back to a data source and applying all of your transforms. All right. So that's the data flow up in the cloud. And to actually get that onto your model, I am now going to close this one down. And apologies, I hadn't opened this up earlier, so I'm going to have to chat on for about 30 seconds while it opens it up. Put in my second version of the model in here. I have made some changes, so ignore that visual for now. We'll edit my queries. And let's look what it looks like. Well, to begin with, actually, even before I show you this, let's just go back to the model to see has it changed. And the model hasn't changed, right? Because I was actually happy with my model. It did what I needed to do. It allowed me to analyze my data by different dimensions. But it's the way I populated the model has changed somewhat. So to begin with, let's go to company sales. So the last time, if you remember company sales, I had several steps along here, whereas now I've just got two. If I click on that top one, go to source, you can see how it's referring to Power BI data flows. So it's no longer referring to those reference queries I created. In fact, if I look at my reference queries, you can see now I've got a lot less reference queries going on. So if I was starting from scratch to get that data in, I will be going to new data source, and going to go to more, to the Power Platform. I can see in here I got Power BI data flows. Do connect. It browses onto my data flows that I have in here already, and I can connect in, see reboot your analytics. There's my company sales data flow. Click on that. It's running on my preview. And over here, it's giving me what I'm going to see in there. So I can then turn around and load in that data. So very, very straightforward to get your data flow, minimal additional code created inside my Power BI desktop. Overall, a good thing. A couple of other things have changed in here as well. What I hadn't shown you, I obviously had to, because I mentioned my master data, I had made a connection to an Excel sheet. Whereas now in those, you can see that these are connecting to SharePoint. I've just put an SP in front of them instead, just to indicate that they are SharePoint connections. And anything else then that needs them is referring to those. So that gives you an idea of a little bit of rework on the back end while keeping my actual data model the same way. So my data model is still happy, but then I've ended up connecting to my data flows, connecting to my SharePoint. When I go publishing that off, publishing would be the same as normal. You put up into powerbi.com, but now I want to go looking at what I've created. So before I was just talking about Power BI, but now I want to go to SharePoint. So I've created a SharePoint page in here now. And on this one, you can see the front page you go to is very visual, and there's that wonderful 34K figure that I mentioned already. And I'm up in a SharePoint world, so I can click on it. It's all interactive as you would expect inside in here. I can change my filters. I can do my normal things that I would expect. But it feels to me that I've put it a bit closer to my organization straight away, because obviously I'm in SharePoint, so there can be a hell of a lot of other things in here. I can have other document libraries in here, other types of things, all that SharePoint Online stuff. And what have I also put in here? I've put in these lists. So that master data that I had been maintaining inside an Excel, I have now put into a SharePoint list. Okay, so there's my data going across, mapping this code over to that code. But having done it this way, it feels a lot more secure, right? Because one, I can secure up that list so only certain people can edit it. Its shape is much less likely to change, unless obviously they go in and edit lists, and they'd have to have permissions to that. Overall, it feels like a lot more of a kind of a secure way of doing things for me. Okay. I also mentioned I wanted to kind of bring it even potentially closer again, because this is again to the SharePoint side of things. I will mention these other charts at the top, by the way. And I suppose it's just to kind of go, it no longer has to be just about one thing in there. So while this is all coming from my data model, and in fact, so are these guys, so is this guy, these guys over here are actually Twitter feeds. So for the last year and a half or so, I've been capturing the hashtag Brexit and running it through a cognitive services sentiment. And this is a sentiment over time. It's a real 50-50 game. At the moment, it's just slightly positive. Okay, actually earlier today it was quite positive. Often it's negative, so it kind of bounces around because I'm just looking at the average sentiment over the last 10 tweets there. So I can add more than just my one data model inside here in this environment. I've mentioned Teams. So what if we've adopted Teams, which obviously we're on a Teams call at the moment, and Teams is getting huge adoption at the moment inside organizations. So when you're inside in Teams, typically this is the type of interface you may have. You can have several teams going on. I've got a team here called Reboot. When I go in, I'm seeing here, okay, I got my posts, my files, my wikis, all the other things that you can add into a Teams area. And then I've got this tab called Sales V1. And what that is doing is connecting me to my Power BI report that I have in the cloud. And it's, again, interactive, click around the place, change parameters. Plus, in this case, I can start having conversations with people, okay? So if I wanted to go along and say to some user in there, you can actually have that kind of dialogue with them directly inside a chat window, and they'll get a notification of that actually going on there, and they can respond to you in there. So I've really kind of started changing the feel of how I interact with reports in here now to bring it much, much closer to the daily go-to applications that my customers will be using. And then I also spoke about what if I wanted to get very kind of heavy with my with my analysis, go beyond my reports up there. Obviously, I can create reports inside in Power BI. So typically the way a person might do this, they might be in their own workspace. They can turn around and go, oh, I'm going to create a new report. And inside there, they'll go looking for their report. And I'll see one in here. I'll see my Sales V1. I'll click on Create. So now I'm inside in a editing environment up in the cloud. and I can turn around in there. And as I did before, I can come along and click on my budget data. And I'll choose to look at that by product this time, by brand. It's all my same brand, obviously. So there you go. I'm getting now my budget data beginning to come back out. And this is great. And you can save this off and you can publish up on powerbi.com and it's available to you. But sometimes maybe you just want to get a bit closer with the data again. All right. So I'm clicking over here and I've got this Analyze in Excel option. I'm going to click on Analyze in Excel. It does a download for me here. Okay. If I click on this, this opens up in Excel. I'm going to enable this control. Apologies, I will have to re-authenticate. So I'll just do that over here. So that's authenticating me. And now I'm in a pivot table. There's a pivot table that's connected to my data set up in the cloud. And I can turn around and just start using it like any other pivot table that you would use. Click on data, click on brands, go around, change my layout of it. You probably want that in a tabular form, etc., etc. It's a pivot table. So I've now allowed a user to go straight up to that data set and work in a completely ad hoc environment down on a tool that they'll probably be very comfortable with already, especially if they've been using things like VLOOKUPs and pivot tables all their lives, which a lot of these people have. Okay. So popping back onto here. So redesigned, brought in my data flows, brought in Excel, brought in ad hoc, brought in SharePoint. This is my architecture I end up with in there. If I was to critique that, there's a lot of pluses in here now. I've got a single data source for multiple models. So I use company sales as my example, but you can see how you can extend that out onto other ones. I'm using SharePoint for online data maintenance, which feels a lot safer to me. I've got a SharePoint dashboard that users can go to. They can use their pivot tables as well, and you can go teams in there as well. So I think phase 2 has brought a much more kind of rounded solution to the client. So let's go looking at phase 3. So phase 3, I just wanted to bring in an automation. There's kind of a glaring little hole going on in this solution at the moment, which is those retail sales files were sent by email, okay? Which means there's a person inside waiting for the email to come through once a week, and then they have to detach the files, put it onto a file share, and trigger a refresh. Okay, so there's manual work in there, and obviously the person goes on holidays, and they haven't handed over their duty, and no one could log on to their email, and then you're a couple of weeks without your data. So again, a little bit of a rough edge in there. So what can we do about that? So this is where I want to bring in Power Automate for automation, orchestration, and workflow. Lots of other cool stuff it can do as well. And this is what my architect like now. Else is saying going around here, except I've got this new angle in here where I've created a automate task, which is monitoring my email. When it receives a certain type of email, it will drop my retail file onto a file share, and also it will call a refresh of Power BI. While I'm in there, I decided, hey, let's do some other things that flow in there, and because monitoring tweets or you want to watch your brands or etc., I decided let's do my connector to Twitter and load that into somewhere as well. Let's have a demo of that. So this is Flow. So flow.microsoft.com. Well, it's now called Power Automate, but to connect with it's still flow.microsoft.com. I've got a few flows in here already. So I'm going to look at this one, save my attachment and refresh. So we can see the last times this is run. So these are the last few times I've done this demo. So hopefully it's all going to run automatically for me again. That's succeeded so far. I go looking at the edit of this. And this is the whole low code, no code approach of Microsoft in here. So I've got 3 things happening when an email arrives. So when an email arrives, let's have a look at this. All right. So to begin with, it's connecting to a connection. So I've given it my Office 365 account so I can get to my emails. It's going to monitor my inbox, and then there's a few more things going on here. It's looking for emails that come from my Gmail account, and I've also got a filter on the subject header that it has to contain the word reboot inside in the subject, so it's not going to trigger for every single email I receive. Once that trigger kicks in, it then does an apply to each operator, so it applies to each attachment on my file. And what does it apply? Well, it does a create file. So it creates a file which needs another connection. So this is a connection to something called Reboot Retail Sales. So when I spoke about that on-premise gateway connector, we spoke about it in the mode of it was pulling data off on-premise to put into Power BI. It can also go the other way, where you can use something like Power Automate to say, having got something in the cloud or something having some trigger having happened, I want to push data through that gateway connector to put it back onto on-premise. All right. So that Reboot Retail Sales is literally a connection to a file share via my enterprise gateway connector. So having detached the files and put it on there, the last thing then that I want to happen is I then want to trigger off a refresh of my work on my workspace of my Sales V1. So that's my flow. I have a couple of other flows in there as well. Just have a quick look at them. There's another one in here called my sentiment analysis. So if I'm looking at this, so this time is using a different connector. When a tweet is posted, so again, you have to put up your connections onto what account. So I'm going onto my own Twitter account in there. I'm looking for anything that comes up on Brexit. I'm then doing a connection. I'm then doing a detect sentiment connection. So this is going to be a connection to my cognitive services connection. And having done all that, I then want to insert data into a SQL database. So that's my table name I'm putting it into. And there's yet another connection going on down there, which is connecting it into an Azure SQL server. As you can see in there, and despite the fact that it's actually saying my connection is incorrect, it's actually fine. It's been running away there, and it's done several runs already today. So let's go back to my first flow and see, can we trigger it now? So over here inside my Gmail, I've got an email all ready to go, delivered to myself. I got reboot into subject header, and alongside with that, I've got two attachments, the September files for my two brands that I'm offering my two retailers. So we'll do a send on that. So that's gone. And what I'm expecting to happen in here now, and normally this takes something in the regions of 30 seconds to run, but what should be happening there is my retail sales folder should increase and get a new one. So I've just heard a beep in the background there, which is my email being received, and I'm hoping this, and there we go. September has appeared and September has appeared. So that flow has now run. It's dropped those files onto my network share. It also should have triggered off a Power BI build. So let's go back and see, are we in time to see that? And it's run. So if we look here at my update, you can see now that has done an update for me there just now. So the last bit of testing on this one is if I go back to my reboot, I do a refresh on my SharePoint, or if I did it via my Teams or wherever I wanted to go to look at my report, my 34K figure has now gone up to 39K. So I've actually managed to successfully automate that whole process. So this can just run away now automatically. And let's put back up this. So this is the automate. And obviously, look, it's picked off an important part of kind of closing off the gap in this solution. So now I can actually turn around to the client and go, you've pretty much got an end-to-end solution now. We've worked out the automation phase. We've created a model. We've got second models. We know we're not sharing code between them anymore. We've got single objects going on. We're using SharePoint to maintain your master data. You're now trained on how to use your existing reports that have been created. You can create your own ones in Power BI. You can get dirty with ad hoc data inside an Excel. You've got a SharePoint page that you can go to access along with other company data, or if you're a Teams fan, you can do it via the Teams side in there. So now it feels like a much more end-to-end kind of a enterprise level solution for me. And we had a little bit of fun with sentiment in there as well. phase 4, I'm not going to demo anything in here. This is more just kind of talking about really what happened over time, and that happened over the last couple of years for me, because very launches and you start taking advantage of stuff. And I suppose this is very close to what you would get in a solution now based upon Microsoft Power Platform. I haven't used all parts of it at all, but we've certainly seen now that we've used the Power BI aspect of it. We've seen the Power Automate aspect of it. We've seen how the data connectors are being used both in a two-way manner. We've seen how portals can be created. I haven't spoken about AI Builder and Common Data Service. Powerapps I haven't spoken about, and Power Virtual Agents, because I mean I have never used them, but you can see how they could potentially be integrated, and how Powerapps is like a form builder for you to give further levels of integration. And then that's all backing on to SharePoint using Excel, Office 365, and if you're a Dynamics customer, you can even get a further level of integration by embedding reports directly inside your Dynamics environment in there as well, and that's got a significant tie-in with the Common Data Service in there as well. So really, that's the whole kind of Power BI platform in use, and a demo of some aspects of it. So conclusions. If I was to look back at what was done, underneath this, obviously, we can address lots of report and analytical needs. This comes up, and I find Power BI and Power Platform is fascinating in that it's the type of product that I see business users using without IT being involved, which is great and terrifying. That specific, this is largely based on one particular client of mine, and the CFO was the guy who contacted me, right? And it would the dialogue was very much along the lines of, you know, heard about you, can we come in and can we have a chat about data? So it's great. I was assuming we were going in to do a data 101 kind of workshop. Let's talk about options in there. And after the first 10 minutes, he kind of stopped and says, yeah, but we're doing it in Power BI, right? You know, he had already got the download done. All right. So you don't have to be IT to do a lot in here. Having said that, look, data projects can be complex. Modeling can get complex. You can have many-to-many relationships going in there. You can have questions about distinct counts. You might have to go in to start ordering some sophisticated DAX or some sophisticated M. So while you can do a lot without being IT, it certainly helps if you have IT going on there. You could already own a lot of this stuff. A lot of people out there already have Office 365. So as such, they own things like Excel, obviously, and Teams and SharePoint. So they can start piggybacking that on and even automate. So they can start piggybacking that on into an existing Power BI solution without incurring an additional cost. Speaking of cost, I mean, it's software as a service. So the way I look at this, it can get expensive or it can be amazingly cost effective. Okay, I have clients who turn over millions. They're not small organizations, but they only have 5 or 6 users who'll ever want to actually get into this type of analysis. Prior to Power Platform world, you're having a conversation around a Microsoft SQL Server on-premise enterprise license, which starts off somewhat expensive straight away. Now the conversation can be, okay, 5 or 6 users, that's going to cost you 5 or 6 multiplied by 850 per user per month, right? It's a completely different dynamic, completely different conversation. Obviously, if you got 1,000 users, then you're going to go, well, hang a second, 850 by 1,000 isn't so cheap. But then we can maybe start talking about Power BI Premium, or maybe there's other options in there. So to be aware of it. And that's the end of my conclusions in there, actually. Kind of kept them brief and to the point. I will be delighted if you had any questions. I'd also value your feedback. You can scan that QR code if you want, or you can go to datasmart.ie/eval. And my cheeky plug is going to be, this is a weekend event going on, and it's been going on during the week. There's another event going on next weekend called dataweekender.com. And we got 42 sessions going on all sorts of different data platform topics. So if you're interested, you might want to check that out, or certainly help spread the word. So that's the end of my session, guys. I got about 10 to the hour, so we can probably take a couple of questions, or like Amy beforehand, I can stay on in the chat room and answer that way. Thanks very much, guys. Back over to you there, Kevin.
Super, Mark. Thanks so much. Great session, and not too many questions. Actually, no questions coming in, but certainly a lot of appreciation from the attendees for the content that you showed. So yeah, look, we'll leave your slides up there for probably the next 5 minutes. then I'll put a placeholder for the other tracks. And if you could even hang around until, or at least for the next 10 minutes or so, just to see if anybody has any follow-on questions, that would be totally awesome.
No problem. I'm on chat there now, guys. So chat away. That's super. And again, thanks very much. I'm always in a little bit of awe of people who do this things at the weekend, who turn up to listen. I don't mind speaking, that's fine. All right, but we need people to turn up and listen, and I really do. I mean, all speakers, we really do appreciate it. So thank you very much.
Cheers, Mark. Okay, folks, we're gonna get the next speaker set up. Mark, I think that's pretty much most of the queries, and thanks for hanging around and answering some of those outstanding ones. But what we'll do is, good man, we'll get Safi set up now and just validate that he can share his screen and make sure the audio is good as well. So, Safi, can you hear us okay?
Yeah, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, no problem. Do you want to just share your introductory slide, and let's just make sure we've got it fully aligned for you?
Yeah, we'll do that now.
Okay, I'll stop sharing.
Looks good. Yeah.
Can you see it now?
Yeah, that looks good. Perfect.
It's good.
Cool. Okay, so we'll leave that up until on the air until 12, and then I'll jump in and give you an intro, and we should be good to go.
That's right. Thank you.
Super. Thanks. Okay, welcome back everyone. So this is track number 2 on the Global Azure Virtual Bootcamp 2020, UK and Ireland edition. So thanks everyone for hanging around. For anybody that was at the previous sessions in track 2, welcome aboard. Anyone who's just figured out that this is obviously the best track of the event. And this next session we have some really amazing technology and geeking out to do with Safi Ali, and the session is titled Intro to Microsoft HealthBot, and Safi works for Microsoft UK as a cloud solution architect. If you have any questions during the session, please put them up in the chat, and Gregor and myself will be more than happy to moderate them. If there's a lot of questions, we'll ask Safi to hang on towards the end, and then he can answer those questions for you as well. So without further ado, I'm going to hand over to you, Safi, and any problems, let us know and we'll jump in and give you a dig out.
Thanks so much. Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for coming along for this session. So basically what I'm going to do in the next hour is to give you an introduction to a call service that we have, which is the Microsoft HealthBot, which is, I know that some of you already attended yesterday. I think we used to have a session on all of the options that we have in the Microsoft stack to build the bot. And I think the session was titled 3 different ways to create a bot. So today I'm going to be talking about it's not a fourth way, but it's more customized way to create bots, which basically creating healthcare purpose-built bots for the healthcare systems. So without further to introduce anything, I think you already know me. So I work for a department at Microsoft UK called the Customer Success Unit. So basically, my main role is to help Microsoft strategic customers to architect, design, and maintain resilient cloud solutions. And I'm part of a team called the App Innovation team. So my main purpose is basically allow customers to innovate in the cloud. So I'm not part of the team that actually deals with the actual move to the cloud. Most of my time I spend customers who are already mature, who already moved to the cloud, 3, 5, 4 years ago. So our main job is to help them innovate in the cloud, and part of that is to help them build intelligent pods, build blockchain solutions, pass first approach, all of these cool stuff. So before talking about the specific technology, I want to give you a little bit. Some of you already knew it. We are quite fortunate to live in a country where we have free healthcare system, the NHS. But really, some of us, there is I think 10 to 15% of the workforce relies on private healthcare at the same time. But it doesn't really matter whether you are dealing with public or private healthcare system. There are the problems that we are dealing with. These different healthcare system falls into 4 different pockets, and from a theme perspective, it all relies on the efficiency and how to deliver the best quality healthcare system, and at the same time you need to maintain utilization of your resources, whether they are nurses, doctors, even physical resources like theater rooms or these kind of things. So while the innovation in medical treatment continue to improve over time, many healthcare providers are still burdened by lengthy and archaic processes and manual input in terms of inputting this information to legacy system, which is still the case wherever you go, whether this is in the UK or beyond. So what's more, emergency rooms, given these unprecedented times that we live in, the growth of these emergency rooms are, there is a demand to grow them, and they are more crowded than ever, with patients who lack critical conditions and interacting with fragmented system of healthcare papers. And when you are a doctor, you have to deal with a lot of different systems, digital, paper-based, even the ops-based, how the nurses are collating those ops. And the hospital may have a different version of the truth of your data, and your GB has a completely different ones, and the data is out of sync. So as I said, no matter where you go, we are talking about inefficiencies everywhere. And this is not necessarily because of a single healthcare provider don't want to do it, but basically it's because of the processes, and they have to implement certain standards in order for them to deliver that. So what we aim to do with the health bot service, so basically we said we need to create a service that would allow all of these healthcare providers to build compliant, resilient, standard-based health bots to their customers. And this service is not just for customers. So initially it was delivered or aimed to be built for partners initially, to allow them to build and deploy compliant AR-powered virtual health assistants. But through the natural conversation experience, this health assistant bot would provide the end user, which is the patients, intelligence and personalized access to the most relevant and accurate healthcare services and information. So the aim of this service is basically collate all of the services that we have at the Microsoft stack, whether this is the bot framework, the conversation designer, the Lewis Q&A maker, all of that into a single pane of glass. So you will go there, create your bot in the natural way, and obviously this tool doesn't really require a deep development experience, because most of your tasks you will be doing into something like a portal. You'll go there, you'll create your bot. So this health bot service will allow the healthcare organization to customize and build, which is a really important thing. So right now, when you put, with the bot framework, for example, so this is like a piece of or a container of Legos that you have to build yourself. So we'll give you the Legos, and it's up to you to decide whether this will be a health bot, whether this will be a retail-based bot, whether this will be a simple Q&A maker bot. It's up to you. But basically, what we wanted with the health bot service is to create this layer of abstraction across all of the services that we have to be tactically targeting to the health providers, the healthcare providers. One of the amazing, the great things that come up with that is, if you are going to build a health bot, you have to be compliant with all of the healthcare standards. So when you look at the ISO 27001, the HIPAA standard for the US, the GDPR in the EU, all of that has to be, no matter what you do, you have to comply with that. If you're going to call it a health bot, there should be an assumption that this health bot service is compliant, which is pretty much what we've done. So instead of, you have to worry about these compliant, we've built this compliant layer as part of the solution, not just as part of the service. So obviously, bot framework is compliant. I'm not saying it is not, but basically, when you build a layer of or a solution on top of that, it's your responsibility as an architect or as an app developer to make sure that the solution, not the service, is compliant, which is basically what the bot service has done. So what's inside this bot service? It's basically, we have, as I said, you will be able to build this trusted bot, trusted conversation healthcare experience throughout the virtual assistant without you be able to create all of these end-to-end experiences without you need to worry about all of these bits and pieces. You just go to a simple place where you can author and design your conversation and integrate with them, with your APIs, with your services, with visualization technologies, with different channels, the same way that you used to do that in the bot framework, but it's like a consolidation way of doing all of that. So from a feature perspective, we combined the cognitive models and the language understanding. We already pre-built as part of this bot service. We have a pre-built healthcare purpose-built language understanding model. So for you who knew Lewis, the language understanding intelligence services in Azure, we've built a custom Lewis model for the healthcare system. So things like symptom checkers, triage services, certain names where you need to integrate with the HMS systems, the healthcare medical systems, if you need to integrate with that. So we've built the models that can enable you to not only to understand what the user are intending to say, but also to enable you to integrate those systems with your medical records. Because if you're going to build a healthcare system, healthcare bot, you have to integrate with your healthcare system, because if they are complaining about something or they are seeking some of their information, you have to get this information for the HMS system. So that's what we've done. So let's look at one of the examples, which basically, so basically the title of this session is building a COVID-19 assessment bot using this service. So before showing you how to build it, I need to show you the output of it. So one of the great examples of this service is the usage of the CDC, the US CDC, which is basically a department responsible for all of the viral diseases. So they built an assessment bot for the symptoms for the COVID-19, and they've published that on their website. So if I go to their portal, so if I stop sharing and share again, let me put my screen down. Too many monitors, so I have to stop sharing. Yes. And share again. I hope you can see my screen now, right?
Yep.
So if I go to the CDC main website, there is a self-checker bot on the right-hand side. So if I click on self-check, that will initiate the bot. So this bot has been built by the by the Microsoft Health Bot service. And as you can see, the first thing it says, just a disclaimer that this is not for you to. There's no diagnostic happening. It's just a way for you to understand whether you need care or not. It's not really a diagnosis or whether you already have coronavirus or not. So I say, yeah, I agree. So let's have a look. Let's kick in the conversation. So the first question is, are you in US or outside US? I will pretend that I'm within the US because I need to show you the details, like where are you live now? Because one of the things that they are trying to collate here is the number of requests coming from different states. So I'll say I'm in Alabama. Hit submit. Let's have a look. So first question, are you ill? Yes, I'm not. Hopefully I will not. Are you answering for yourself or someone else? I'll say myself. I'll go the age and then ask me female or male. Go answer those few questions. So the first question is, this is the fourth question. The fourth question is trying to distinguish between whether you have a critical condition that would require you to call 911 in US or 999 in the UK. So there's something you have to call someone urgently. But I would say, no, I'm not experiencing any life-threatening symptoms. So I'll go here. Go to the new message. Do you have the following? Moderate to severe, all of these things. Well, I'll make it harder. I would say no, I'm not having any of that. So I will pretend that as if I have a mild symptoms of coronavirus. I'm not going to say that I have these difficulties right now. So I'll say none of the above because I need to continue the conversation. That triggers the further of the way of the COVID-19, right? So I'm going deeper in the conversation right now. So the one of the main questions to judge whether you're already exposed to COVID-19 is, are you living in a location where COVID-19 is spreading? So obviously most of the world right now is having that right now. So I'll say yes. So this is what I want to show you. So it's the question now is, what type of symptoms that you have right now? So I'll check, randomly 2 of them, or I would say 3 of them right now. So I'll say submit, and let's see what it will respond. The other question is, are you living in a facility or a nursing home? I would say no. And then in the last 2 weeks, have you worked or volunteered in a hospital or emergency room? I would say no. So this question is trying to check whether I am within the vulnerable group. If you heard the news, there are particular people that are more vulnerable to COVID-19. So I would say let's pretend that I'm one of them, because if I said no, it will ask me. So if I said none of the above, it will tell me, you have to stay home for at least 2 weeks and call us back. But I would say, yeah, I have something like this, just to check. So what it says now, sorry for you feeling sick, you have to call us within 24 hours. You need to start home isolation, and these are the advice for you. So pretty much it's if you go to NHS 111, pretty much the same thing. Obviously there are different vocabularies for the things that the CDC are using compared to the NHS, the UK NHS, but pretty much it's the same thing. So what I want to show you how we build this, how this COVID-19 assessment bot has been built. So if I go to if you go to healthbot.microsoft.com or admin.healthbot.com, the first image or the first page is basically the templates that are included in this bot service. So as you can see here, the top 4 are related to the COVID-19 response. So the from left to right, we have the triage bot. So in any health system, you have this idea of triaging, which basically you need to get the ops of the patients. You need to ask them a few questions, and you need to decide whether they need a nurse or a GP, or you need to decide what type of care that you need to provide for them. So this is the triage one. The second one is the FAQ. So things like what it is, what are the symptoms, how can I isolate myself, what are the risks, what are the vulnerable groups, all of these certain things includes, and this template includes the live data. So like if you want to ask what are the number of fatalities in the UK's, it will go to query the data and give it to you. And as you can see, there is this little icon in each template to tell you the source of the data, because the triage process, as I said, it is different in the UK compared to America, and not just the US. Within the US, it's different from one health provider to another. But initially, all of that is customized. Initially, it's the CDC, but if you need to decide that you need to customize that, it's absolutely possible. And I've done that, and this is the one that I'm going to show you in just a minute. So the third one is the metrics. As I said, it's just a worldwide metrics, like the top countries that has a fatality rate or the number of infections, all of that, whether the curve is bending in certain country or not, all of these certain things. And the last one is the assessment. One thing I have to say here is the assessment one is like it's the core of the first and the second one. So the triage actually depends on the assessment. So the assessment is like the core, because you can't triage without asking those assessment questions like, do you have a temperature? Do you have a fever? Do you have a shortness of breath? All of these initial questions. So the assessment is basically the core, and the triage is a layer on top of that. So any questions so far before I'll dive into the bot itself and show it to you?
I don't think so far. It's happy. No.
That's good. So what I'm going to do here, I've already done this. If I go to manage, and as you can see here, I have 3 templates. So basically what I wanted to show you is just 2 flavors of the COVID-19. If you go to create a template, so if I go to, again, to the template catalog and create a COVID-19, once you click on it, it will give you kind of a disclaimer, because basically where is the data comes from, the instruction for that. It's basically how the conversation will go, and you click import if you agree on into that, because obviously since we are dealing with health data and health information, one of the things is the data residency and all of that. So it's important to understand. And one of the things that this HealthBot service provides for you is to surface the data that has been stored in the service, but also a retention policy attached to that. So you have the option is basically after you complete the conversation with the patient, you have the option to delete it and let the patient know that you've deleted all of the data, all of this data, and they no longer have to worry about that. So once we click import, you will be redirected to the manage page automatically, which basically this is it. So once you create a triage, you will find 2. Let me sort out by today. So once you create a triage, you will have 2 bots. So if I go here, you see this core, COVID-19 core. So this is the assistant that I talked about. And this is the layer on top of it, which is basically the customer wrapper. The customer wrapper is basically the triaging or the routing of the very customized way of doing things. So one of the things that the assessment will ask you is, where do you live, right? So if you really has been identified by the bot that you in the risk group, it will go to query the nearest E&E department and get the information. So that's why it asks you in the beginning of the conversation, where do you live? And that's why. So the core is basically relies on just the question, the Q&A related to COVID specifically. But the custom wrapper is basically all of the custom layer on top of this core to be able to customize the output for a particular patient. So let's have a look at this one. So let me have a go and continue. It says I already opened that. So this is the core protocol. So from left to right, this is the designer. This is the HealthBot service designer. So in the middle here, you can drag and drop actions and execute them. On the right hand side, top right here, this is the simulator or the emulator, where you can run the bot, save the bot, run the bot, and then you will be able to see how it works. And on right down here, it's like the inspector. So if you've used a bot framework before, so the bot emulator, the Azure bot emulator, it has this feature. So we've included that as well, in order for you to watch variables, change them on the fly, and debug the bot in the browser. So you don't have to leave the browser to test and debug the bot. So this is the designer. Behind the design, there is the code. So the code here is just a JSON template, because basically everything that every drag and drop item here represented by a JSON in the backend or behind the scenes. So if I go here a little bit, scroll down. So let's kick in this. So let's see what's included. So I need to save and then run. And let's see how this bot will respond to me. You see this? I think if you recall from the CDC, that was the 4th or the 6th question that I got asked, right? And as I said, so the CDC and this triage bot is just a layer on top of that. So I'll go to the flow. One thing I need you to see here, there is some highlighting happening, right? So this has been executed. This is like a switch statement to decide, because this bot support 5 different languages. So it support English, Korean, Vietnamese, Spanish. I can't remember what's CH, Chinese, I think. So 5 different languages. So because I'm already choosing English US, so I got right. So if I change the language, I will get redirected to a different language. But I will say yes. One thing I need to show you here. Remember, this is like a breakpoint. It's highlighted in lime that I'm standing right now in this step. So I'd say yes, and immediately, if you see here, it's go to the second question, the following question, which is who? Is that you or for someone else? So I'll say yes for myself, and it keeps going to the end of the conversation. So what is your age? So it chooses again 3 to this one. Again, it goes to gender, say male. This is the 911 symptoms. As I said, it decides, do you want to go to the hospital right now or not? So I'd say none of the above, or I'm not experiencing any life-threatening. And immediately it goes to the following question, none of the above. So let's go to the COVID-related questions now. So let's go to Expo. So this point, this is the COVID-19 symptom checker. So this is at that point, it's just for me to go through the COVID path. So I'll say yes, and then I'll go to the actual questions. So I'll say a couple of them. I'll say submit. So if I go to immediate, so go to to go to watch, because I need to show you here. Do you live in? No, I'll say no. So it already. Yes. It is being, this is the risk factor. Yes. Let's go to choose any one of these risk factors. So as you can see here, this is the outcome. So the last thing here, if I go, let's go submit. So one thing I need to show you down here is like the stack trace. So for every step, you can see like the timestamp for the execution, and this is like a log of the execution of the conversation. Another thing you can do is to define, and this is something I'll show you in just a minute, you can define and you can collate information. What are the number of questions coming from a specific region or specific area, or the age distribution of those people who are actually interacting with the bot. So that actually gives the CBC and would give the NHS, and actually we are doing similar with one of the UK-based institution to do similar thing. But basically that will give them an indication about the number of people who are actually asking those questions, and if there is a certain volume coming from certain areas, that will enable them to be proactively reaching out to these people if they agree to, and things like contact tracing and all of that, that would be much easier if you can correlate this information with real-time information. So this is just a pre-built, right? So this is what's included. So let's say I need to change the first thing I might need to change is maybe I need to make this a little bit customized to the UK triage process, right? So what I can do is go to each one of these services. If I'm not happy, let's say as part of the L1, if I go to the 9111 checker here, maybe in the 911 symptoms, it's not really those things. So if I go to here, these are the conditions, the 91 conditions. So let's say that maybe in the UK I have another one, right? So all I need to do is just double click on that one. So I have the LTS 911 symptoms, right? So I have a choices array that has these valuables, right? These values in it. So if I need to add or remove, all I need to do is just to go to this array, add or remove the values, and it will automatically populate it in here. So let's say I need to call in another service. So let's say these critical conditions are coming from a REST API, right? So maybe they are changing on a daily basis, or given the situation that's happening right now, maybe the criteria would change. Maybe they will accept people with a little mild conditions early enough so they can take an action on that. So if that's the case, maybe I need to integrate with a REST API or a data service. So all I need to do is just go to data connection, drag it in here in the service, double click on it, and I can go to the page of the URL. So this is basically creating a data connection to any REST-based service, whether it's REST or a SOAP, any web service, basically. So basically, the option for the responses, you can choose what type of HTTP methods. So it's a GET or POT or POST. You can choose the response type, the content type, whether will be raw or this is a form data where you can auto-populate from a list of variables that you have. So you don't have to write code for that. Well, you can, but the designer itself enables you to just pick and choose one of them and disable and add and remove. So if I need to, for example, I need to enhance the bot to invoke a Q&A service, right? I can do it from here. I can do it for this specific scenario, because remember, this is the core protocol, or this is the code triage process. But what if I need to make these changes to be available across all of my bot services? So remember, I have 3 templates, so let me cancel that. If I go here, so I have 3 templates here. I have 3. So what if I need to create a data connection that will be available across all of these scenarios? So I already showed you how to create that here using the data connection, which will be a private data connection for this protocol. But if I need to make it global, I'll go to integration, I'll go to data connection, I'll hit add, and I'll be able to create this global connection the same way I've done it. The one option here is the FHIR support, which is a specific protocol for the healthcare system. So if you are familiar with HL7, FHIR, it's pretty much similar. It's an extension of it. So it's a healthcare specific protocol. So if you need to support that, where just enable that. So one of the things that FHIR require is any PII data has to be hashed on the way in, at rest, and over the wire. So this is basically you will offload all of these encryption and hashing to Microsoft or the service to do it for you, so you don't have to write the code to that. So we support it for you, and you put the URL and you put the authentication. So if let's say that you have to go to an authentication endpoint, so let's say that the REST API is secured by Active Directory or Azure Active Directory. So obviously you need to authenticate it. So you need to put the authentication provider in here as well. You can add the headers and the URL parameter. So if you just put the header or the query string if you want to. So it's pretty much straightforward. So this is for the data connection. But let's look at the localization. So what I did, if I go to the templates, so if I go here, go to the scenarios, template catalog. Manage. So one of the customers here in the UK, I can't say who, but basically wanted to create we were exploring a bot that would enable not just English, but English and Scottish language. So basically, in order for this bot to support that, we needed to enable the localization of that bot. So what I did is just went here, went to language, went to localization. So if I go to Welsh, for example, and what I did, I have the English, the standard one, the out of box one, and I did the translation. And this is you can either rely on the Microsoft Translate service to auto-populate those strings for you, or which is the preferred one, especially if we are talking about the healthcare, you translate them and with the custom vocabularies, because sometimes you will need a native speaker. So what I did is basically I enabled translation between English and Welsh. So if I go to the scenario, which is this one, sorry, not this one. Oh, neither. So if I go to the scenarios again, went to this assessment, hit save, and let's choose run. So if I go to English DB or CYGB, let's save, let's run. Pretty much the same thing. So I say yes. It is populating in all Welsh if I need to. So the localization is as simple as doing that in the browser. But so I'll go here. I'll go assess. Actually, I don't understand Welsh. Just in case you ask, I just use Bing Translate to translate all of that. But if you understand Welsh or you want to do it, so this is as simple as going to the localization and populate all of the translation that you want to do. So if I go again to the bot service, go to another feature, which is the models. So what actually happens when you create a scenario? So basically, once you go to the scenarios and choose one of those templates, we will auto-populate all of these language model for you. So as you can see here, we have this standard built-in medical information request. So things like the condition checks, the causes, the complications, whether you need specialists to have a look into that. So we built all of these language model. So if the patient said, well, I need a cardiologist, so the bot will understand what a cardiologist means, and you can take an action on that in the conversation designer in the flow. So you don't have to create the lowest model that would enable you to understand a cardiologist is pretty much the same as if you said a heart doctor or a heart specialist. It's pretty much the same language. So we've built that for you. The same thing applies for medical complaints that would triage. So if you said, I was waiting for Dr. X to give me a call on Saturday the 16th, for example, but he didn't reply. So obviously the bot can't say anything. So the best idea is basically route them to the triage room. What the triage could be another channel, which I will show you in a minute. So basically, once you create a template, once you choose one of those models, out of the box you will have all of these pre-built models. But obviously, there are custom models that I've created. So I've created a provider lookup. So one of the things I wanted to do here is I went to the NHS. So let me go here. Went to the NHS, find a GB service, right? And Control-Shift-I, I wanted to see the service that actually in the NHS website doing behind the scenes. So basically, this page, it will ask for a postcode, and it will search behind the scenes the list of the GBs near you, right? So if I hit search, so this is the service, this is the actual model itself. So if I click on that one, so this is the request URL, and this is the post, and this is the headers that I have to include. So things like the cookie. So all of that I can include. So if I go to the service itself, I've created a provider lookup. So in the provider lookup, I'm creating a data source, and within that data source, I'm relying on the provider lookup service to say, if he said I need a GB, the next question or the following question would be, where do you live? Can you give us your address code? And I will take that address code or the postcode, I will send it to the service, and the service will give me a list of providers, which in this case, the GP. You can extend that to include not only GBs, but GPs, hospitals, A&Es, all of that. But for that scenario, I've created that just provider lookup. So for you, you can go add if you need to create a new model, and you have two options for the methods. Either you use the NLB, the lowest in this example, or the Q&A maker. So I'm pretty sure that you've heard about the Q&A maker if you've attended the yesterday's session. So basically, the Q&A maker is a service that would enable you to create bots that would answer simple questions, straightforward questions, like, if you have an FAQ page in your website and you need to put a bot on top of that, you can create them. So basically, simple questions, straightforward questions, Q&A maker can handle that. So all you need to do, if you go to Q&A, so let's go to Q&A maker, go to my services, create your service, and get the code, get the access key for that bot service, and give us the knowledge base ID, the host point, and you will have a new model that will go to that go to that Q&A maker. So what I would do, let's go to the CDC again. Go to go to symptoms. Go to, let me go CDC COVID-19 COVID-19 FAQ. So this is the FAQ for the COVID-19 on the CDC. We have a similar thing in the UK NHS 11, but in the UK NHS 11 it's pretty much fragmented. It's not a single page. So you would have to go to, if I go to NHS COVID-19 FAQ. That's the coronavirus website for the NHS. So if I click on this one, I copy this one, copy the URL, go to the service, and pretty much this is what I need to do. Is just go choose the tenant. Obviously, I have a single service. So I'll go to here. This is my knowledge base. So basically, what I need to do is just go within the service. If I go to settings until it loads. So basically, so I go to settings first, just to show you how it works. So basically, you put the URL here. Put the URL, and once you create it, you can add new files. So basically, I'm the chit chat, which is, what is your name? I don't have a name. Where do you live? I'm just a bot. All of these simple questions and simple Q&A. So whether you have the knowledge within an FAQ page or you have these Q&A pairs in an Excel or TSV file, you can upload them as well. So I already done this. So if I go to edit, these are the Q&A pair. So as you can see, there is the name, this is the context, which is really important because one of the things that you can create with the Q&A maker is to have a chain of questions. So if he said, I live in a high-risk area, the following question would be, do you have symptoms? And if he said yes, what are those symptoms? Those kind of chain of questions. You can't answer them. You can't ask them question randomly. So it's a chain of questions. So once you do that, so I'll go to publish because this is the bit that I need. Go to publish this. Once I publish this, I will be able to get a URL so I can use it in that service. One of the things I need to do here is, where do I want to route these intent mapping? So I have 4 scenarios. I have 3 scenarios that I showed, or I can make it just a built-in Q&A maker that will be available globally across all of my scenarios, which is what I want to. So if I go here, so this is the knowledge base ID, which is this one. Copy, paste the knowledge base ID, and I need the, what's happening? I need the URL. This is the host, right? And put it that way, and the key. So in order for me to get the key, settings, start test. Yes, start over. Yes, this is the authorization key. So I'll copy the key and put it in the service. That's it. So one thing here, if you did anything with the bot framework before, there is this confidence threshold. So we used to have, actually we still have this tool, the dispatcher tool. So in some situation, you might find yourself that the user is asking a question or replying with an answer that may fall into 2 different buckets of your knowledge domain. So maybe they are asking a question that could be answered by the FAQ, or there's an answer in the FAQ, but at the same time, that answer could be routed to an agent, for example, to handle with. So that's why the confidence threshold is a really key here. So right now, if I would rely on like 75% confidence score that this question can be answered by the Q&A maker, I would route it to them. Anything below than that, I would leave them to the triage, because one of the things that you have to know about the Q&A maker compared to Lewis is that the Q&A maker is pretty much a static question and answer pair. So if you didn't really set that this is a variation of that question, the Q&A maker won't know that. So if I go to here, if I go to the Q&A maker here, if I go to the knowledge base itself, if I go to edit, so if someone said COVID-19, it will get picked up. But if I didn't create a COVID-19 word in here, this question will not be picked up. It's unlike Lewis. Lewis would do a machine understanding on top of that. But I would say that this is COVID-19 FAQ. That's it. This is the intent mapping. I'll say that this is the same thing. COVID-19 FAQ. This is the this is the combination of CDC and NHS COVID-19 data. COVID-19 FAQ data, right? Right, so I'll hit create. Okay, maybe because of the tag. Pretty sure the same. Go to here. Phase ID. That's it. That's it. Okay. Doesn't like it. So once you create this one, I already included that as part of my provider lookup anyway. All I need to do is just go to the model itself, go to one of those models in order for me to utilize it. So one thing I have to say here, if you added that one, it will be available to your model, but it's your responsibility to go to the conversation designer, which is in this scenario itself, go to manage, go to the core one, which is I already open in here, and you take an action on that. So I can add an action, whether I write a code to invoke that service, or I can invoke scale. See this one? Double click on the scale. It'll ask you what type of scale ID. So basically all I need to do is just provide a scale ID. So the FAQ would be a scale. The lowest would be another scale that you can invoke as a response to that. So if they said, what are the symptoms for COVID-19? So once they said the symptoms of COVID-19, you will automatically know that the service itself will pick that up and knows that there is an answer with a confidence score more than 75% that will invoke that scale, which is the FAQ. So the last thing I need to say here is, what if some of the questions hasn't been picked up by the service? Obviously, it's inevitable. So there is a tab in here called the unrecognized utterances. So users ask few questions that you have no idea about. So basically, these are historical information. So what I wanted to test the service is, I wanted to know that it doesn't really understand anything about COVID. So I asked it. That was a month ago. I've sent a message before creating any template, so it didn't really understand anything about it. And even after, choosing it, so things like serious health conditions. So this is a really recent one, which is a bug in my bot. So I have to find this out. So as you can see here, there is a list of unrecognized utterances. So one of the utterances is it's not in the correct format. Instead of passing the serious health condition as a string, it passed that as a JSON format. So I have to cast that one in my conversation design. Another thing is the conversation log. So you can, if the customers allow or if the patient allow, is that you can dump their question or the conversation logs. So you can do that as well if the configuration settings, which is the compliance settings, allow that. So before showing you the logs, if I go to compliance first, so this is the built-in compliance that I talked about. There is this privacy, which is basically you, for all of your conversation, you can say to your patient that these are the information that I know about you to be compliant. You can tell them these are the historical information that I'm storing right now, like your ID, your name, where do you live, all of that I have information. And actually, as part of this conversation, you can ask them, do you want me to delete all of this historical information? If the user said yes, it will be automatically deleted from the database. It's already stored. So all of these flows, it's already included, so you don't have to worry about that to be compliant. But if the settings allow that, so if I go to security, so one of the things is the timeout and the timeout message. So how many minutes that the bot will be waiting for you. So up until now, everything I've done myself in the service, but in real world, you need to have a collaboration methodology, right? So the collaboration is basically managing by the users. You can have multiple users to author and to change the model. So if I go to manage, and right now I have myself only, but I can add like an editor. So you have 3 users, 3 roles: admin, editor, or reader. So I'll add an editor for my personal account, which is this one, ali@outlook.com. Let's hit create. User added. So if I copy this one if I go a new in private window, said admin .healthbot.com, it will prompt me to log in. So I'll enter my credential here, outlook.com. Hit next. Send a notification because I have a two-factor authentication. Yeah, I'm gonna approve it right now. That's it. So because this is the first time, it says the bot will read some of your information. I'll say yes, I'm fine with that. Said yes, still loading. So after a second or two, it should populate. So if you have any questions, guys, I know that you're not the owner. So if I go to, because I'm not the owner, if I go to HealthBot, sorry, if I go to the other page, which is this one, if I go to one of their designers, which is this one, copy. Because remember, the page that I hit was the admin ones, because I'm not the admin. Okay. But you get the idea, right? So if you have any questions, just feel free to do it. I know we have 10 minutes left. So, but if anybody has any questions, just feel free to pop it in here. Yeah, I can see a question. Someone wanted to go to healthbot.microsoft and says the page not found. So can you go to admin.healthbot.microsoft.com, please? Because you have to sign up first. So go to admin. So I'll put so as you can see here, I've already logged in because I'm an editor, so I can edit the bot, but not an admin. So if I go to here, so I'll put you the link. So let me copy it. Admin. Yeah, this is the one. Copy. Put it in the chat window. So I'll close this one because I no longer need it. But this is basically it. So again, just to summarize, so this thing is basically for healthcare based bots. It's basically for this purpose, and a lot of the best value you will get if you are going to build a healthcare bot. And one thing I have to mention here is just I want to put some slide, just a second, which is the list of use cases. I'm sure you see my screen, right?
Yep.
Okay, so basically we have the CDC, obviously, this is the one that I've showed you. We have Providence, which is Providence and Walgreens. So Walgreens Boots, which is, we have the Boots arm in the UK. Walgreens is the other part of the alliance in the US. So Walgreens is using the same service for COVID-19 specific scenarios. But before the COVID-19 issue and pandemic, we used to have an independent health providers in the UK and in Europe and around in the US, basically. So each one of them has different approaches to use the health bot. So they have, as part of their, because in the US, for example, they have hundreds of those healthcare providers, and each one of them has their own customized health solutions, which would include the mobile apps. So a lot of the FAQs, assessment, triaging, it's already included in the app, which is pretty phenomenal if you are paying too much money to get this private insurance and private healthcare. Primera does this, Aurora. So you can go to that website to understand more about the use cases. And the good thing about it is not just the reference architecture, but actually some of the models are really open source. So if you go to GitHub, you will find some of these models you can download and import and try to start to play with them. But yeah, that's what I wanted to say, really. I have another question, which is the code available for GitHub? So basically, if I go here, so let me stop doing this. So basically, if you go to here, if I go to language, manage, you don't have to write code. So basically, if I say, click on one of them, and I need export, let's export this. So this is the format type. So do you want to format a native or adaptive dialog? And this is not the code. This is the JSON. So if I native this one, and this is it. Let's open the file. this is what you will get. A JSON representation of what I have in that scenario. It's not really a C# code or anything like that. But having said that, you can export them to be used in the bot framework as a adaptive dialog. So if I export them again as an adaptive dialog, that's still in preview, but it's a good feature that you can utilize if you want to have a combination of both the health bot servers with an existing bot that you have. So you can do both. So you don't really have to have you don't get code for say, but in terms of reusability, this is how you're gonna export them. Another question, which is let me find out. Is the code available for downloading GitHub? So there are some templates, the one that I just showed you, are already included in GitHub. So if you go to the Microsoft repo in GitHub and search for the assessment, the health bot service, you'll find dozens of them. It installs via the Azure portal, and it is free. Yeah, it is free. Yeah, it is free. So basically, to choose, once you sign up, it will ask you what plan. So I'm using the free plan right now, which is a 3K monthly messages, which is pretty much for development purposes, not really for real use. So imagine that you're creating a COVID-19 for the NHS and you're using the free tier. So obviously you will hit that in the first second. But yeah, you can play with it right now if you have this much volume. Any questions?
Hey Safi, it's Kevin. Just conscious of time and to make sure that we get the next speaker set up.
Yeah, that's right.
Would you mind, and all of the folks who have attended this session and have any more questions for Safi, if you wouldn't mind, please keep posting them in the chat. And Safi, if you could maybe give 10-15 minutes of your time,
yeah, we'll do that.
And just to hang out in the chat and ask any questions there, if that's okay.
Yeah, we'll do that. Thank you so much for your time.
Super. Thank you so much for a great session. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, we're gonna just get the next speaker set up before our next session at 1 o'clock.
Hi, Rolf. Are you okay for present?
Yep, I'm ready to roll.
Oh, cool. Nice one. Right. Let me just put up some slides quickly.
You made me presenter already, I guess?
Yep.
Lovely.
Just give it a couple of minutes and then, in fact, do you want to just put your first slide up? Actually, I'll stop sharing.
Yeah, let's try that.
Cool. Yep, looks fine.
Awesome. Shall we leave it this way?
Yeah, please. Yep.
Good.
Perfect. Thanks, Rolf. And so just, it's Kevin here, apologies. So I'm going to step out now as host, and Gregor's going to stay online, and we've got our lovely and well-capable Gosha as the next host that's going to bring you through the rest of the afternoon. So thanks everyone so far. I probably see more people online throughout the day, but if you have anything else that you need from any of the hosts, just feel free to reach out in the chat or directly. Happy to help.
Thanks a lot, Kevin.
Cool, thanks.
Hi, Gosha. Can you hear us okay?
Hi.
Hi. Cool. Right, we'll just we'll start in a couple of minutes.
Yeah, we have still 2 minutes to start.
Yeah, cool. Sounds good.